And we are live, my friends.
Oh, hi.
Well,
Sorry. Adam
Great
and I are
start.
each doing 2 drafts at once. This is not easy. And we're on. So
that's right.
yeah. How is everybody? Matt, Todd?
I'm only doing one draft, but I'm also doing IDP projections, if that counts too.
It does. It does count.
I don't think it counts. I don't think IDP should exist. Never mind count.
Oh no!
Oh, that's how this is going to start. We get 6 hours. 6 hours. It shouldn't exist. Wow. Let's go.
Maybe and welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show. Right. I mean, we're all. Adam is our host here. Really, as Matt and Todd and I are all playing in this first of 3 straight best ball tournament drafts we're doing here. We've got Matt in the 5. He's up. Todd in the 7. And I am in the 9. So good luck.
I already hate life.
What happened? You already got sniped?
No,
I'm getting Christian McCaffrey at 5. That's what he's mad about.
Oh,
That's what I'm mad about.
Oh, babe, what a night! What a way to start the night.
In protest of this egregious sin against humanity, and of course my daughter decided to call me now.
Yes.
Listen to these noises. What is going
I am
on?
going to wait until there are 2 seconds left on the clock just to show my disappointment.
Suddenly we're in Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
I'm going to mute just for a second, guys.
Perfect. Well, Matt, congratulations on the first time I've ever seen Christian McCaffrey fall out of the top 4. Great start. Like Mike said, we're all in multiple drafts. I'm doing a main event draft right now. Currently, I'm in the 6th round of a main event draft. And while I'm doing that, Matt just snuck in Christian McCaffrey at the 105. I wonder if that's the lowest that he's gone.
And then the Grim Reaper immediately called Todd.
That's right.
My daughter is not the Grim Reaper.
Is this going to be like an NFL game where if it's a blowout, we switch over to Adam's main? Like, can we switch to
actually, Christian McCaffrey in at number 5 is a different kind of blow.
Yeah.
One where you work. I'm waiting for the light bulb to come on.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe I just wasn't funny. I mean,
I apologize.
No. I mean,
Todd, how many of these are you doing, bud? So you I mean, you don't have to get into it, but is this one of your main portfolios here?
I number mine.
Okay.
And so this is actually by chance or fortune my 50th.
Ooh, yes. Very nice.
And this is your grand prize for that.
My grand prize is hopefully $300.
Is it? Yeah, there you go.
For advancing.
That's all he's looking for. That's all he's looking for.
I am. I also did about 10 of these with. My goal is to hit 60 of these. Last year I did 131, but about half of them were with partners. I really cut down on the partners this year. I think I got 4 with Billy Musio and 4 with Biplop Mindell. And then I'm going to have 60 of my own. So I love this contest. I don't love it as much as last year, where, but it's still the easiest way. Out of all the major contests, it's the easiest one to break even in without having a 1% result.
So talk to me, Todd, about, I know you're best ball NFL, right? So talk to me about the difference between, for people who don't know, the differences between, at least some of them, between last year's contest and this year's.
The biggest one is last year was a 4-week playoff, and this year is a 3-week playoff. Last year, each of the 3 weeks before the final, 3 out of 12. So you had a 25% chance each week of advancing, which I thought was great. It helped you to build teams that didn't need to be super fragile. You could build really solid builds. In fact, my one team that made it to the final was one of my least favorite teams. And it played like it in the final, unfortunately. And then the final was only 12 teams with $100,000 on top. This year, it's a 3-week playoff. And off the top of my head, I think 3 people advance the week 15, only 2 people advance week 16, and then there's 60 people in the final.
Okay, gotcha. And you made the final last year. I made the semifinals last year, which was pretty sweet.
I had I had 3 teams in the semis.
Very nice.
And of it, my weakest team advanced.
Okay. Yeah, I only did 8 teams last year. 3 of them made the playoffs. 1 of them made the semi, so that was pretty cool. I'm doing more than 8 teams this year. I don't know the number yet, but I got to fit them in where I can because
Well, I did 131, so I mean,
yeah,
my chances
I won't be doing
that. Getting there is more than 8. I mean, if I did 8 and I got 1 to the semis, I'd be pretty darn happy.
Right. Sure.
Not as happy as seeing Kyle Pitts here, but happy.
There you go. Speaking of Kyle Pitts, while you're clicking that button, I just took Kyle Pitts in the main event about a little bit ago. I have to stop
you're all so
them.
fancy. You're all so
fancy.
You all got Kyle Pitts. You all got Kyle Pitts.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Okay?
I have a lot of Kyle Pitts in this. Probably the most. I mean, way more than I normally have a second round pick.
Yes, I feel the same way. So why? I love this. Talk to me more because I feel the same way. I have way too much.
I've got 19% Pitts in this tournament, 19.61 overall on FFPC, and that was before I just made this pick. I just think that the elite tight end, the RotoViz guys have proven, just how important the elite tight end is. And last year, of the 12 teams that made the final, 11 of them had Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
So elite tight end is, and I just think, Pitts is only going about 4 or 5 picks ahead of where he did last year, maybe 8. And, the big thing is, tight ends don't do much as a rookie. Well, this tight end is a unicorn, had over 1,000 yards. And I think people are overestimating the downgrade from Matt Ryan, late career, to Marcus Mariota. And I just think Pitts could really be a league winner. I think it just makes teams so much easier to build. And he's got a super week 17 matchup if you want to stack up that week with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes, and I do want to stack up that week because I love the Arizona Cardinals this year. So Mike went Mark Andrews, Alvin Kamara. Any rhyme reason, Mike? Is it just in a vacuum? Is it just you're doing 2 drafts at the same time? Those are the best players available?
It actually looks like he's in a golf course, not a vacuum.
Yeah, there you go.
The 8 that went were my top 8. So I was playing for Barkley or Swift, other way around, and 5 of the next 6 picks were running backs. So that left me Kamara or Najee. And I thought Kamara. So I think I'm a little early on both picks, not a lot. But I was hoping for more of a, Diggs. Diggs has been falling in a lot of tournaments that I can do Andrews or Pitts in round 2 and catch up on running back. Otherwise, it would have been tight end running back no matter what, like I did. Diggs was the one exception.
Okay. Matt goes Christian McCaffrey, Javonte Williams. So Matt was so happy to get Christian McCaffrey. He's like, you know what? I'm going to take a guy I never take now, and Javonte Williams in the second round. Walk us through your first 2 picks, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it was there's nobody that I had to have here, so I figured I'd take a shot and add a little bit of Javonte Williams in a spot where, the thing we all like about him is the ultimate ceiling. So I don't have all the entries that you guys are talking about in this tournament, so I'm going to take, some chances on this one, shoot for that ultimate ceiling, and if he does become the thing that Javonte Williams chasers are expecting this season, then I'll at least benefit from that here.
So I have 5 teams in this before tonight, and I looked them up today just for like a little research. And the first 2 I did in May both have Dameon Pierce and Gronk.
Dameon Pierce and really? Well, good for you.
Good and bad for you.
That's right.
I went by position, like, Dameon Pierce 2 times and Gronk.
Aaron Jones 3-3. I mean, this is there's nothing worse. Is there anything worse than being in a draft that's loose, but the guys don't fall to you?
Right. That's right. No, there is nothing worse. That's right. So that goes to a point where I kind of like I see the advantage of picking at the front and at the back, but being in the middle sometimes like Matt is there at 5, being able to scoop up Christian McCaffrey is just so sweet.
Yep.
And like you said, pick 3 there, getting Aaron Jones.
Well, we're all pretty much
like
in the middle here, so we're all kind of playing the same game or close to it.
It's true. That is true.
Close enough.
Now you are on the clock.
Oh, there we go.
We're all on the clock at the same
Everyone's on the clock. Everyone's on the clock somewhere. So Todd, you're a big, successful best ball guy. Can you talk to some people about like the differences between drafting a best ball portfolio and drafting a set your lineup portfolio?
Well, I mean, from a portfolio standpoint, I'm willing to have more exposure in season-long leagues than I am in best ball.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It does.
I wanted AJ Brown.
Oh, he wanted him bad.
Yeah.
All right, you go ahead and make your pick there.
I look forward to watching this back and taking notes on everything Todd says, and then of course I'll be done.
That's right.
So with that pick, I went James Conner because one of the things that I try and do is to stay balanced. It's easy to get unbalanced, and it's one of my tiebreakers. So I mean, I like Pittman a little bit more than Conner, but because I had no running backs, I think it's important to stay even. So, especially with a wild room, it's easy to all of a sudden look up and be very short on a position and to be weak at a position group. So that's one of my tiebreakers. But back to your other question, I'm willing to have more ownership because injuries are less of a factor in season long, right? If you have a 30% guy in the second round and he gets injured week 1, I mean, you're probably going to have a bad year, right? So in season long, you can still try and get his backup on waivers. There's a lot of options where you can dig yourself out.
Yeah,
that's the biggest difference for me between season long and a regular portfolio. And then the other one is just the type of players. I'm much less likely to look for spiky guys who, are, like Mike Gesicki the last couple of years is a guy that I would have loved for best ball. He put up almost as many 20-point weeks as the top 1 or 2 guys, right? But he also had a bunch of 7 or less point weeks. I don't want that in season long. I want to win as many weeks as I can. So I'm much less likely to go for inconsistent players than I am.
Okay. Now, so to get off the portfolio, how about just a regular one-off draft? Are you drafting more receivers, more running backs? Running backs earlier. Like, how does your strategy change there?
Best ball, I'm willing to really mix it up. I'm much more likely in season long. Let's talk FFPC because we're on there. Okay. I'm much more likely to hit one early running back and then load up on wide receivers, take 5 or 6 over the next 7 or 8 rounds, try and get one elite quarterback and an elite tight end, then pound second running back from like round 7 to round 12, round 13. And then of course, best player available always comes in. But I'm much more likely to stick to a script in season long than I am in best ball.
Totally get it. I agree. Todd, when I first started playing best ball, like heavy a couple years ago, I started listening to Todd Run to Daylight and then having him on the podcast. He's always got just great insight about how to roster construction and player percentage ownerships and all that type of stuff. And that's really, really, really good stuff.
Best ball is an art form.
It is.
And I feel like I just did a podcast for 1 week season with Ilo. And basically I made a comment that is very controversial. I said in best ball, high ownership on one player is a blunt instrument.
Okay.
All right. And it's because how injuries can really sink you, right? And you can, there are so many ways to differentiate your teams without having to be super fragile or be, really heavy on one guy. So I feel like my advantage is, like you said, I really understand the format and I'm looking to build good lineups. Solid lineups that each position group has a certain amount of weight. And you can get to weight by two different things. You can get there by early picks, or you can get there with number of picks, right? So in a like one draft, maybe I'll take 10 wide receivers. If you see me with 10 wide receivers, you're probably going to notice I don't have too many that are early picks.
Right.
And if you see me with 7, I guarantee you that 5 or 6 of them are early round guys. So that's just an example of how I try and balance my position groups so that, my teams are solid from top to bottom. And I didn't get snipes for once.
There you go.
We'll add a little F1 racing to this gig.
For once.
So far in this draft.
Terry McLaurin.
You can't say you got sniped at 7.
Well, I didn't know. I'm joking.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, I'm fried. I am so fried, Todd.
I really didn't like the Connor pick. There was nobody there that I.
Matt loves the Connor pick. So Matt
for himself.
Yeah. Well, I think Connor is criminally undervalued right now. I think that the Arizona. The air raid, even, I read that book on the air raid.
Now you are on the clock.
The air raid is always good for the running back. You think of it as a passing offense, but having so many wide receivers and running all those routes really opens up running lanes. And, everyone says, well, Connor has to regress from his 15 touchdowns. I mean, he probably will, but Kenyon Drake had like 13 touchdowns the year before. And he's not nearly the inside runner that Connor is.
Correct. Yeah, Connor's always been good on the inside, for sure. So you end up getting McLaurin there. Matt, talk to us about how your build's going after you're going McCaffrey and Javonte Williams. I was like, wow, you really reached there.
Yeah.
Well, you Buffalo guys still caught up on Jonathan Williams.
That's right.
Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, I agree on James Conner, as anybody who listens to us knows. And he's going to regress from last year's touchdown rate. But when he was doing that, he was scoring as RB2 overall. So, yeah, he's going to regress from that. But he's being drafted well beyond where that mean is that he's going to regress to based on the workload he's going to get. So I went Javonte Williams, and then I took Mike Williams just because they're brothers. And I figured that's going to be important to maximize their score. No, they're not really brothers. I took Mike Williams because I wanted a receiver there, and I love the ceiling for him versus what else was there. There were plenty of other options I could have gone with. I thought about A.J. Brown, but we have Mike Williams projected higher. I believe more in the Chargers pass offense than I do the Eagles pass offense, so went with Mike Williams. And then when it got back to me in round 4, top of my Draft Sharks war room on the sidebar here on my FFPC draft room, Darren Waller's sitting there, and he's now back practicing. So I don't have a whole lot of Darren Waller. I figure if I'm going to get him somewhere, then in an FFPC best ball format, tight end premium, that's where I want to do it. So, we'll see how it goes, but feel pretty good with him as a later 4th round pick for the format.
There you go. Yeah, Waller's might be a guy I need to get a little more exposure to now that he's getting a little healthier. But Mike, are you available to talk us through your picks?
Sure. Yeah, no, sure. I thought DJ Moore was good value, and I have very little Deonta Johnson, but Pittsburgh plays Baltimore and Carolina in the playoff weeks.
Yeah. Listen, playoff weeks are so important. Like, it's especially in these tournaments, man, where like all the money is at the end. It's really, really important to value, or just to take a peek at those playoff weeks and figure out, there is an edge to be made in those schedules.
I mean, yeah, you'd like to think so, right? I mean, there should be, of course, as every other side of the debate person will tell you, you have to get there. And so yeah. But Johnson is in that tier for me. I didn't think that was like a big reach. So fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Can I jump in on that one?
Yes,
Absolutely.
please.
All right. So for me, on underdog, right? I don't worry about week 15 because it's a 1 in 10 chance to advance. So you got 10% chance to advance, which for underdog is really good.
You are up next.
And what you find in week 15 is a lot of broken teams advancing. Teams with injuries that are just short. So really, if you have a healthy team, you probably have a lot better than a 10% chance of advancing.
Now you are on the clock.
Week 16 on underdog, it's 1 of 18 teams advance. That's really bad odds, right? 5.5%.
Right.
I want to correlate. I want to really have a plan for each team on how it's going to get out of week 16. All right, I'm up. Give me 1 second.
Do your thing. Yeah, it's very important to look at these tournaments, this tournament specifically, how this one works, how they work, so that you can correlate, you can work the schedules, in different tournaments, different amounts of teams advance. So best ball has become a whole different breed, man, where it's not just about, hey, let's just draft the best guy. It's like you can have a great team for 12 weeks. Doesn't matter if you don't advance in the playoffs where all the money is, schedules and correlations and all of that stuff.
Yeah, well, but for FFPC, with 25% of the teams advancing, I'm much less likely to force a stack or a correlation, right? And even 2 of 12 off the top of my head, what's that? 17%. So your worst week in FFPC, week 16 is 17%. That's a better odds than week 15 on underdog, right? So right. I'm much less likely to correlate week 16. But
that
I
makes
do,
sense.
but it's 60 teams in the final. So I do think you want to have a plan. And one of the ways I differentiate is, this year they added 2 rounds. So you've got, round 19 and round 20. And I promised I wasn't going to tell anyone this because I'm the only guy in the tournament who has it. But I have a couple teams with Likely, the tight end.
Yeah.
And Huntley, the quarterback.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
They're the next 2 guys in my queue, by the way. You can see me building.
And you know what? If you take them now, I won't complain.
I bet.
But in other words, and in that, every team should tell a story, right? You should tell yourself a story, right? And in that story, most teams, their story revolves around the early picks, right? You're counting on the early picks being healthy. But you can tell many stories within a team. And in that, what if both Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews are hurt for week 17? Well, you've got some really high scoring opportunities out of guys. And if you somehow have and what are you giving up for that? Likely is going in the 16th round, let's say, even now. And Huntley he's only in about probably 1% of these leagues.
Right.
So, you've got a combination that is so unique. If Huntley goes for 30 and Likely gets 30 week 17, I mean, you're going to go a long way to separating yourself from the field. So there's a lot of different ways to do it. And you want to do it in a way where you're not overspending to do it, because you have to get there too.
Can I raise something here?
Please.
So end of round 5, 8 tight ends. We each have 1. One team has 3 others through 5 rounds. What are your thoughts? Matt, you're shaking your head.
I think it's ridiculous. I mean, if you're drafting a bunch of teams, you play around with that, sure. But it's just like that's not I don't know. It's just not the way to build something. I would hope that it's somebody that's doing a bunch of teams. I don't know the drafter.
Well, I would say, I mean, I'm not against it, although I haven't done it. But what I am against is taking the second, third at ADP. if I'm going to do something weird like that, I'm going to get a value on my guys. And there's no value in Schultz in the 4th and Hawkinson in the 5th. So now he's out of balance. He's undervalued, and he's got a weird setup. Right, so that combination, is a really bad start. You hear a lot on Twitter of, well, you need to be unique. Yes, you do, but if I'm going to go into a fight, I prefer to not have one hand tied behind my back.
Yeah.
Right. And I feel like this guy is tied, not only his hand behind his back, but he's wearing a blindfold so far.
Yeah. So, I mean, you hear it all the time now. It's like, well, you got to do something to differentiate. Hey, it's going to be the only team that has those 3 tight ends. Yeah. But to have it pay off, those 3 guys have to be starters every week. It's just, I know we're talking about something where ultimately the ultimate winner is an unlikely scenario. I just don't need to make it more unlikely to get there. And I think when you do something really goofy, then that's what you're doing, is making it even more unlikely.
If you guys saw the pod that Matt and I did the other day, there were some really weird starts. And if you remember, Matt, I said, but let's see what these guys do with these teams.
Right.
And it was the team that that had started with 4 wide receivers that ended up being my favorite team in the whole draft, while the guy who started 4 running backs ended up really screwing things up.
Well, Mike's busy screwing things up for me in this draft by taking Lamar Jackson.
Well, I mean,
What do you do?
This is my first. I can't believe I got him at this spot. I really don't need another wide receiver here, but I'm not passing on Michael Thomas in the 6th round.
Todd, I believe we were talking about my team for a second here. I believe
Is that
just for a
allowed?
second. Just for a well, we're going to find out, but maybe.
I apologize, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. Just kidding.
I will take a deep breath. Hold on.
No, actually, you know what? Can I just tell you guys? So I do a 4-hour radio show every weekday afternoon, and my partner is on vacation. And so it's still summer, even though the season is like right there, it's still summer, and summer is the slowest. And I have just been talking constantly. And so yesterday morning with the Draft Sharks guys, and then today, and by 6 o'clock today, I was like, oh my God, I got 6 hours tonight. I am shot. And I got to tell you, Todd, I'm so interested, just like when we visited last time, in your analysis, because I don't know if anybody knows more, but I also love how much you're saying, because that means I can sort of,
Rest.
not
Anytime
die.
any of you need a break,
Yes.
have me on the pod, and I am happy to fill all the empty space.
I said to these guys before you came on, like, this could be a quiet one, because Adam's got a main event draft. I've got another one that's on pause so they can eat. I'm not going to even know when they resume. And then, we're going to do it 9 o'clock and 10:30 as well. So I'm
so much fun.
many reasons, Todd. Grateful you're here.
So you just
much
ask
fun.
Todd a question and go take a bathroom break.
But no, you're right. I mean, I don't think Mike said it. I don't think anybody knows more than about, all the stuff he's been talking about building teams and different strategies for different sites and different tournaments. Like,
Right.
It's just such good stuff. And and to be as successful as you are, Todd, like, that's what you have to know all that stuff. And just big kudos to you for sure about doing that.
I mean, praise will get you everywhere. So
that's right.
I'd like to say humility is my best quality, but
I was going to say that for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's interesting. There's I don't want to say too much because there's 3 of us in this draft, but there are some really interesting trends as far as what's available right now and what isn't.
In terms of like
Positions and
tournaments
stuff?
or this draft or everywhere?
Oh, I mean, I just got Michael Thomas at 6'6". If you look at the top of the queue, there's a couple people there who normally wouldn't be at this point.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
Adam
Mojo.
Adam picked Thomas in the main tonight.
Yeah, I just took Thomas at the 5. I took him at the 5'10" though, so or 5'8", 5'8".
Oh, that's worse.
That's worse. That's worse.
5'10". 5'10" felt Matt. 5'10" felt like okay. 5'8" felt like that's a round earlier. Those 2 made a difference for me.
Dave says this is tourney winning differentiation strategy by at Best Ball NFL. Absolutely.
So cool, but we're playing against him.
And part of the reason I go on and so far today anyway is because you guys actually can keep up with a lot of the stuff. I've gone on other pods and tried to explain some of this stuff, and it just doesn't seem to resonate. So, I really appreciate your guys' work. I appreciate how much you guys grind, and yeah. So the compliments go both ways.
We're
Thank you,
definitely
Todd.
grinding for sure. Tonight's a whole nother level. Tonight's a whole nother level. All right, I'm on the clock in my main event. I'm thinking Michael Carter or Alexander Madison. I'll let you guys make the pick.
What do you have already at running back?
Oh boy.
Like, are you going to need somebody that's an option in week 1, 2, 3, or do you want somebody that has
You
the
are
ultimate
up
ceiling?
next.
I need ultimate ceiling.
That's Madison to me.
I like Carter. I think they're down on him. I don't know what that amounts to, but I think Carter
Tiebreaker,
might
Todd.
be. Yeah.
I mean, to me, I think Carter should be going 2 to 3 rounds earlier than when he goes.
Oh wow! All right,
I think that give me a guy with floor and ceiling, and I think the floor on Carter right now is 50% of the workload, and if Breece Hall goes down, you have almost everything you get with Madison. I'm not convinced that when the Zimmer regime would run the lead guy till he fell down. I don't know that they would run Madison. I don't know who's the third running back right now, but anyway, I like Carter. I think Madison, you really need an injury, and I think Matt asked the right question, but I like Carter better.
Ty Chandler.
No, in Gekwu, I don't know.
You want Nwangwu there, but I think it's Ty
Nwangwu.
Chandler.
That's right. Okay.
Guys, the Justin Herbert drafter who took the second quarterback off the board just took Joe Burrow 2 rounds later as a second quarterback and doesn't even have a Bengals receiver that the drafter is stacking him with.
Meanwhile, Mahomes, what happened to Mahomes?
Mahomes to Matt as quarterback 8.
Oh my gosh.
I wanted Kyler to go with my Pitts and Connor. I thought he might make it. Kyler is almost always in the 6th round. But man, to just miss out, and for Matt to be able to add Patrick Mahomes, that's 2 rounds later, guy. And thankfully, the tiny ballers use tiny mindset to take Clyde Edwards-Helaire over Ramondre.
What about the hopeless Jets? The hopeless Jets took 2 quarterbacks there and didn't take Mahomes and let Matt get him. Matt's loving life right now. He's just sitting back.
I thought about Mahomes at the Adam Thielen pick around earlier, and then I was like, well, with all those quarterbacks left, I don't need him right now. I'll wait and see. I'll take a wide receiver. So I was quite surprised to see Russell Wilson and Joe Burrow precede him off the board.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Quarterback 8. It's a low point. It's going to be on his locker tomorrow, like a bulletin board fodder. Quarterback 8.
I'm going to tweet it at him right now.
Low point.
Pod-A-Thon, right. Quarterback 8.
Tweet it out.
Actually, no, I'll tweet it at his little brother because that'll make it a bigger deal.
There you go. That's a quicker path.
But you got to use TikTok for that, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, like Matt doesn't have TikTok. Like Matt doesn't have TikTok. Yeah, come on, Adam. Of course Matt has TikTok.
Just saying.
So, Todd, what makes you like Ramondre Stevenson so much more than Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Well, I don't think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is good.
He's not.
Right. So, I think Ramondre is a really talented guy, and I would always rather bet on talent. I think also, where Ramondre's going, it's baked in that Damian Harris and he are going to split time. If Damian Harris got hurt, Ramondre is a crush. Where CEH, I just think, is going to struggle to be successful. He's not the pass catcher that they thought he was, and he's not good by the goal line, and he doesn't show great burst. So I just feel like I have almost as much floor with Ramondre and a lot more ceiling.
I agree. Ramondre is the best running back there. on a team that wants to run the ball, and he's the pass catching back, at least early on, probably. So I like it.
I think they're going to use both of them in 3-down roles, and I think they're going to take turns being on the field for 3 downs. I think that's what we've been hearing. And
you're saying like one guy will take a series and the next guy will take the next series type deal?
Yeah. And then maybe in the second half, whoever's playing better will get, an extra series or 2.
Sure.
If you unless they're lying, they said directly that both Ramondre and Damian Harris are going to be used in 3-down roles. And it has a ring of truth because it also was backed up with how they used their that's what they showed in preseason too.
The Patriots lying?
Never. Can't even imagine.
I can't even imagine. Yeah, very interesting team. I feel like everybody sort of in the industry likes Stevenson more, but Harris was very good, hugely productive. I mean, doesn't catch the ball. That's a big part of the analysis. All the touchdowns he scored, but it seems like Stevenson, and the passing game point maybe is the tipping point there. But
it's not like Harris is terrible at it.
Right.
No, right. That's what I meant. That's right.
Maybe it's just the contrarian in me, and everybody likes Ramondre Stevenson, so that's just automatically making me push against it. But I think that he is getting overrated at this point. I think he's a fine running back, but I don't get the idea that he's some special talent who had 165 total carries, 28 total catches over 2 years at Oklahoma. Wasn't dominating anything there. Was sharing time last year. I know he was a rookie there, but I don't think there's a difference between him and Damian Harris. So I think that the pedestal that he is getting put on at this point is premature. I think it's certainly he's an easier bet, of course, in best ball. And I don't say that in the cliched way. I think this is one of those backfields that's going to be very frustrating for lineup setting leagues. And it's more attractive for best ball because they're going to be scoring touchdowns on the ground because the Patriots always do that. But to me, Stevenson's just
one of my first shares in about a month, and I had almost no Damian Harris early, and I've been hitting Damian Harris lately. I mean, Adam, and you guys, you hit the value, and it was a no-brainer to me when you could get Ramondre 2 to 3 rounds after Harris that was the way to play it. Now. I'm not afraid of Ramondre, and I really needed a second running back for this build. But I've been taking a lot more Harris lately.
Mm-hmm. I will say that I don't, regardless of like value and ADP and all that stuff, Harris scored 15 touchdowns the last year, and he was RB 16. If Ramondre Stevenson scores 15 touchdowns, he's going to be a top 3 running back. Because he catches the ball also. I just don't if they just flip roles or flip fantasy output at the goal line. I mean, Stevenson, his ceiling is way higher than we know what Harris's ceiling is.
Ramondre Stevenson had 14 catches in 12 games last year. So I just think that this idea that he's a 3-down back and Damian Harris is a 2-down back is overblown.
Well, I just think when he had the opportunity, he was the pass catcher, and did they say
No,
did they say he's the pass catching back?
It remains to be seen. Ty Montgomery, who was injured, is there. They have Pierre Strong. It's New England. They could do different things. But the one thing, not that Adam, hypothetical, you guys pinned me down on that Julio Jones comment when I said, if you knew he played every game, if you knew you're giving Stevenson 15 touchdowns. The one thing that goes with that last year is New England was very good in the point differential. They had blowout wins. They were a good team. Everybody, Football Outsiders, everything measured New England as a good team, score effects, running back, touchdowns, and they don't have really an advanced passing unit. So we'll see you're not predicting it, I know, but that's not going to happen again. That team could be a negative point differential team. I can't find one person. I talked to Aaron Schatz and Ben Volen of the Boston Globe the last 2 days. I can't find anybody who's going to talk them up. They've been the most, bleeped upon team in the league in the preseason and training camp. So it doesn't have to matter, but I do not see, because this is the overwhelming consensus, New England being a team that sets up for a running back to score a lot of touchdowns this year.
Yeah, the offensive line seems to have taken a step back.
Yes. Yeah.
Lance to team 4.
To the Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert team.
Oh
Nice.
My goodness. I mean, two of them is okay, right? 2 of them is passable in this, but 3? like that.
No, I thought 2 of them was the wrong move. So 3 of them is just like, I don't want this team anymore, so I'm going to kill it.
That's
5
right.
5 and 7 is too early for 2.
Yeah.
By a little bit, especially when one of them's Burrow. Adding Lance is just dumb. You know, and the team's rightly named. Hopeless.
Well, the hits just keep on coming.
The hits are coming. I love it.
All right.
Aye.
Devontae Smith for me in 8. That's fair value, short of position, and New Orleans, Philly.
Yeah.
I promise to be annoying all night about the playoff schedules.
Listen. I'm
Somebody
here
needs
for
to play
all the
that role.
playoff schedule. I'm here for the whole thing.
You say annoying, I'd say focused.
That's right. Locked in.
Better.
Locked
Yeah,
in.
I think that, you know, I think that it's something you have to consider. If you look at my build at this point, you can see there is this nice, really rich vein, like right after where the dead zone used to be considered for running backs. There's this nice, rich vein of running backs, and then it gets really thin. So you're looking at one of my typical builds, except I didn't get an early quarterback.
I like it. Yeah, early. So when you don't go early, you go more. Is that right, Todd? You're usually going to go quantity over quality.
One of the secrets of drafting, guys, is to know where the value is in each point of the draft.
The pockets.
And building towards it, right? So why would I take a second and third running back early when I know the ones I like an awful lot? My favorite values in the 8th, 9th, and 10th round are at running back. So that's why I do a lot of one running back early, and then I paint the town green for a while. I shouldn't have said that until I painted a little more.
Yeah, they can just spill your paint.
But I mean, we got a good room. I mean, you know, these guys are overreaching on quarter. You know, that guy taking 3 is going to cause other people to reach.
Yes.
And you're starting to see some reaching at tight end. And the more people reach, the more you can be balanced.
Right. We each had a tight end and a quarterback. No, Todd does not have a quarterback yet. Sorry, but we each had the tight end early. We talked about the team with 3, and 2 of us have quarterbacks. But I know you think you're setting up well here.
Right. And now I'm going to add my 4th running back. And basically, I've got one guy who is a 3-down back, and then I've got 2 guys. Now I've got 4 running backs. I feel really good, and I just have to make sure I get I don't screw up quarterback too bad.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's not my ideal team, but I like my team.
I have a micro question, and we'll start with Matt. And this has to do with my main event. Jalen Reagor, is he a problem for Osborne in Minnesota at all, you think, or what do you think?
No, I think that they're taking a shot to see if something happens. If you look at the terms of the deal on the other side, they sent a 2023 day 3 pick and then a 2024 conditional. So that means they're at the very least waiting to see what happens this year. And the 2024 timing might mean that he's got a 2-year trial. I don't know what the condition is on that pick yet, but to me, it's just a team saying this guy was good enough to be a 1st-round pick. Let's see if he's done in the NFL. The fact that Philly traded him away after 2 seasons, after making him a 1st-round pick, tells me that he's far more likely to not do anything.
Fair enough. Not that I'm looking to take Osborne here, but I usually like taking Osborne a little later on, and I saw the Reagor signing, and it made me a little nervous. But
I just don't see what would not work for him in 2 years in Philly that would work in 2 weeks in Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I hate that point. No, I love it. Who wouldn't love that point?
Me too.
Jalen Reagor Targaryen.
I think that the hilarious part about the trade is that we have the video of the Minnesota front office watching Philly thinking, oh no, we're going to lose Jefferson to these guys. And then they take Jalen Reagor, and the whole front office is like, oh my God, they took Reagor. We're going to get Jefferson. They're laughing at it. And now 2 years later, they have both of them.
I feel like the trade is the ultimate troll.
Yeah, it's the ultimate troll.
Like,
Wait, is that the
How
ultimate?
did that conversation go?
they didn't want him, but they're just like, wouldn't it be funny if we got Rager?
What I liked about it was that I think a lot of teams wouldn't do it because Philadelphia has the same GM, and he drafted Rager. He's the one who looks bad. Has looked bad, been the butt of the jokes, Roseman the whole time, and he could have cut him, and that's what a lot of teams would do, or even kept him. But to give him for a trade that looks so almost silly, he's not worried about that. I mean, Roseman is that GM. I think he sort of. He's not interested in points. He's just, this is what's better for us. So I like him a lot, and I think that trade looked like that was in keeping with his reputation in that way.
Yeah, I mean, he did it the day after he pretty much robbed New Orleans of that that nickel.
Don't lose their number.
Right.
Don't lose their number.
I mean, that made very little sense for New Orleans. To me, that is kind of, you hear that that guy that they traded is kind of an attitude guy. That I think that could have been as much, because they didn't want to pay him. Mm-hmm. They just felt like they had to cut bait on him. Because all their moves this year have been to compete this year, except for that one move. So to me, it says more about the player and how they view him. Because I heard that he's like the ultimate trash talker. People were loving him on Twitter. Well, that kind of stuff doesn't always play well in locker rooms.
Yeah, no, I heard that too. Matt, you're the resident Eagle fan. Why does Jalen Reagor stink? Because I liked it, not that it mattered in Philly, but I always wonder, man, the guy he was a high first round pick. Can Minnesota get it out of him eventually? What is it that is he not good at anything? Is it an attitude issue? What is it?
Honestly, if I knew, I'd probably have a job with an NFL team somewhere. I couldn't tell you exactly why. Because after his rookie year, it seemed like there was, at least enough where we were like, okay, we'll see what happens next year. And then it just fell apart. I don't know. I honestly, couldn't tell you.
I mean, he came out with the reputation of not being a big separator, but that he was good in the air and he would win in the air. Well, he wasn't a separator and he wasn't winning in the air. That's a slug, right? That's, if you're a wide receiver, you either need to get open or you need to be able to win contested catches on a regular basis. His claim to fame, I believe, was that he would win contested catches, and he just hasn't shown it as a pro.
I'm sorry, are we still on Rager?
Yes.
I had to tune out for a second. He had some personal tragedy. He wasn't, for me, he wasn't so bad in the beginning. It didn't look like a really bad pick until later that year. And that's the year isn't that the same year where they took Wentz out and then took Hurts out in that last game? Coach was leaving. I don't know. He was a good prospect, but there were definitely holes in it. And then I think he lost his brother. And who knows, a young person and that kind of thing. I'm not positive of that, but there was some personal tragedy in his life. And who knows what that can do to your mind. So
sure.
I do think with all that's been said about him, and you'd hate to be the player who sort of gets maybe overdrafted and then this is what they're famous for. Mm-hmm. Good for him that he gets a chance on a new team.
Yeah, for sure.
I wanted Aaron Rodgers.
Well,
and
that's
Carr,
okay.
Stop the clock.
With Carr on, but he's the top guy on my board, so I'll take him.
All right, so let's go. Let's start with the closest one, the highest one here. Matt, he started this draft. McCaffrey at the 5-hole, Javonte Williams, Mike Williams, Darren Waller, Rashad Bateman, Adam Thielen, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Jacobs, who's a favorite of Matt's here every time he falls to the 8th round, and Marquez Valdes-Scantling, another favorite of Matt's. How do you feel? Oh, we got the stack with Mahomes. Love it. How do you feel about it so far?
Just as Todd was talking about wanting people to reach, I was reaching a little bit for Marquez Valdes-Scantling, but his ADP was in the next round, so I didn't think that there was a great chance he would get back. And I didn't want to leave with no pass catchers of Mahomes's for the playoff week format. So I went ahead with that there. I felt like one round was not too much to justify. Tough choice for me at this particular turn, but I'm going to go with one of my old steadies and take Tyler Lockett. Josh Jacobs, yeah, and you mentioned he's one of my favorites. It's not that I love Josh Jacobs, but I love Josh Jacobs in round 8 as the 32nd running back off the board. I've made the case on multiple pods of ours. I just think that everybody has always wanted a reason to not draft Josh Jacobs, and now it seems like if you put the pieces together in your own way, like Russell Crowe in A Beautiful Mind, that you can make up your own story. That's just not, it just might not be real. If it is real and he doesn't work out, then he's my 8th round running back and I haven't lost anything. But I just don't think the declining the option, drafting Zamir White on day 3 and signing Amir Abdullah are signals that Josh McDaniels hates Josh Jacobs.
I think that's very fair. I seriously considered him when I think I took Ramondre 2 picks in front of you. I don't know, but maybe. He made it back to you in the 8th. Yeah, it was between Ramondre and Jacobs, I think, in the 7th.
Josh Jacobs has become kind of like the James Conner of the.
No, it was between Penny. Sorry, go ahead.
That's good. He's become like the James Conner of like the middle rounds, where it's like I can plan on getting a guy that's going to be a workhorse on a team in the 8th round, and he's going to have value. Like people are, Connor always not the sexy pick. He's not this, but when you project him out, his stats. When you project out his stats, like he's certainly worth the 32nd best running back. And they declined the option. Well, good. Well, now he's got something to play for. Now he's playing for a contract, and he's talented. So and the offense is going to probably be really good. I like it, and I'm liking it more and more.
Yeah, I think I agree with Matt that he's so unsexy, but the downside, he had good win rates, advance rates the last year in the 5th, 6th round. So it'll be interesting to see. The problem is I think Zamir White is a pretty significant threat to him. I think Zamir White can play.
We'll see. I mean, Zamir White is a threat to 1st and 2nd down role, but I mean, I think Jacobs can catch the ball too. I mean,
Zamir White didn't even control the ball carrying in his own backfield. He was the lead ball carrier, but he didn't dominate anything at Georgia. He's got a couple of ACL tears behind him. I know. We'll see. I think that he's carrying more hype than he has earned to this point.
I don't know. He looked pretty good in the preseason.
Speaking of hype, I just took Evan Ingram as tight end 20 in the 13th round of this main event. How about I back up the briefcase?
What hype? What hype are you speaking of? The Draft Sharks round, the front 4, the front
hype.
4.
You're in the only Evan Ingram hype zone that there is.
The hype.
Yeah,
I'm hyped tonight. Todd, talking about Evan Ingram, are you on? Yes or no? Yes or no to Evan Ingram?
I'm a Giant fan.
So
no.
It could go either way because he might know how bad the Giants have been and why Evan Ingram.
Well, I mean, look, the truth is about Evan Ingram is he's a talented but inconsistent player who's hurt a lot. And if he was inconsistent and not hurt a lot, these guys who always get the leg muscle problems. Oh man,
come on, baby. Come on.
Oh man, come on, baby.
Come on, baby.
I wanted Fields.
I thought about Kirk Cousins last turn instead of Tyler Lockett to go with Adam Thielen. I decided to wait and see what happened at quarterback because there were a few options. But now that Fields is the one sitting there, it's time.
Adam.
Yes.
I'm not superstitious. Prepare for a game of you guess my pick.
And I guess yours. Is that what
Well, I've the last time we did this, I guessed yours correctly.
Okay.
With, Treylon Burks. When was that last week?
Probably.
Because he
could be any.
He might not have been picked yet. I was not referring to this draft at all when I mentioned that name. I was thinking of last week. I'm not sure he's been picked yet.
Yeah.
I guess I'm telling you it's not him.
Oh, you want me to guess your pick coming up here?
Yes.
Oh God, hold on. I gotta zoom in. You get away from
it's hard. You might not be right. It's hard.
I'm terrible at this game.
Have you ever played it?
I have. I mean, who it is going to be or it should be? I mean, it should.
I know who it's going to be, and it's going to hurt.
Do you want me to say? I mean, it should be Evan Ingram, but
what?
I'm just joking. I don't know. I would take Evan Ingram here.
It's going to be Jameis.
Oh, I'm up.
You're up.
It's going to be Jameis.
I am going to pick Jameis Winston.
Winston, there you go.
That's right.
And I want him. So now I am definitely behind the 8 ball at quarterback. I should have just taken Jameis when I thought of it last round instead of my 5th running back. But, I hate not getting a value. So that was a critical error on my part, not noticing that you had Olave. As soon as I saw Olave, I knew you were taking Jameis.
And Kamara and Devontae. Like, I don't know. You got to go big. I don't know.
No, I think I think Jameis's ADP is one of the most. He's one of my most owned quarterbacks, and to lose out on Fields and Winston to the guys that I'm doing the podcast with is not. This will not go down as one of my favorite drafts of all time.
Oh no,
I don't believe it.
I mean, that's the goal, really, isn't it?
To have every draft be your favorite?
No, we want Todd to have a good time being on air with us, but we don't want him to enjoy his draft. We want him to be pissed about it.
We want to distract him the entire time.
You guys have moved me.
Thoughts on team? Sorry, thoughts on Team 11?
On who?
Team 11.
Team 11.
Do it. Take a peek.
Like Goddard Hurts in the middle.
Yep.
I think he overdid wide receiver.
Yep.
Team 11. Let's take a peek here.
Because
overdid.
What you're going to find is that running back is he could get another good one on the way back here. So he's actually pulled it off pretty good. And if you look at it, Amari Cooper at 9-11 is ridiculous value.
Yeah.
8th round on Hopkins is good value. I mean, that's a very dangerous team.
Amari Cooper was the one that almost stopped me from taking MVS because that's just, much later than Amari Cooper should be going, regardless of who the quarterback is.
Yeah.
He's going to take Carter or Gainwell.
He is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I before I answer that, I wanted to see the rest of his running backs here that he ends up getting. For sure. I mean, I'm a RB guy in best ball, if we're going to talk micro, but he went RB, so you can't he's got the elite tight end, the elite quarterback that he had to stack there too. I think it's a pretty nice. He got Barkley. Ooh, Gerald Everett.
So
don't know if I would have done that.
Henderson is late. It was between Olave and Henderson for me. And I was thinking, I wish I hadn't picked James Cook so I could get Henderson, who, I mean, he's probably a week 1 starter on the Rams.
Yeah. With
so
early, you're seeing wide running backs are what's fallen a little bit.
If Winston had gone, I was on Henderson.
And I almost took Winston. I should have.
Well, let's stop the clock and get Bryce Masters in here, and we'll go back.
No, Bryce is in my draft. Is he in both drafts?
Oh, I don't know.
No,
we don't know
there are no.
draft.
There are no. Yeah, there's nobody in those drafts. That's right.
Well, I think it's kind of like the build here. Yeah, Gainwell.
All right.
I mean, Trey Sermon happened.
All right, talk to me about Brian Robinson in the 11th because I just got him in the 14th in my main event. Talk to me.
Too early.
11th is too early or 14th is too early?
There are different formats.
It's true. I
mean, if Robinson is on the field in October and you get there, then you might love having him on here. But in managed, it's tough. It's a shorter draft too, isn't it? 18 or no? Is it 20 main event?
20. It's 20, but Brian Robinson is his RB3. That's why I think it's a little bit too early. I mean, you're not going to have a running back, you're only going to have two decent running backs for your first at least 4 weeks, right? He's out the first 4 guaranteed.
At least the first 4. I think what do you think, Matt? Like, I think it's tough. Or is Matt up?
Yeah, I'm up, but you can go ahead and ask me a question too.
What do you think? Like how it's going to feel to have a guy on your bench in the main event for 4 weeks at least. I mean, there's going to be probably a lot of movement, and you might need to cut him. I don't know. You don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough to make blanket rules for somebody missing that amount of time because I'm fine. I think it makes more sense to take like DeAndre Hopkins, knowing that he's going to miss 6 weeks, than Brian Robinson, knowing that he's going to miss probably a month. Because what are we getting once he does get back? We're getting a rookie that we really didn't know what he was going to do anyway. It looked like he was trending toward being the starter, but we didn't know for sure what that backfield would look like. We didn't know for sure what he would do with that starting job. We don't know how the recovery from gunshot wounds to the leg are going to do. Like, is he going to be back to full strength when he returns? What's his role going to be when he gets back there? What's Antonio Gibson going to do while Brian Robinson's out to maybe command more usage beyond that point? And then what about Washington? They probably aren't that good. So it's not the best spot to be even the starting running back. So to me, there's too much around him to make him a good pick at that level. And if we're looking in this specific draft, like he went with Darrell Henderson still on the board. He went with Alexander Mattison still on the board. So I just I don't think he's the right pick there for all those reasons. Round 14, sure. I mean, we'll see. If Antonio Gibson continues to disappoint Washington, then maybe Brian Robinson comes back to a team that's been waiting for him and wants to get him ready as soon as he can be.
Yeah, I hate him in round 11 as your RB3. I got him in round 14 as my RB6. So I'm going to just sit on him and wait. And I love it there. And now I'm probably done. I'm definitely done to detecting running backs. So
who are your other ones?
Let's see. I have Barkley, Penny, Pacheco, Michael Carter, Brian Robinson, Kareem Hunt.
Oh my gosh, Kareem Hunt. Thank you. Holy
Sorry,
cow.
I did that in the wrong order. Barkley, Kareem Hunt, Rashad Penny, Michael Carter, Isaiah Pacheco, Brian Robinson.
Well, Pacheco is your cut. Like if you have Robinson and you value, it sort of starts to sound good on him, and Pacheco is returning kicks after 2 weeks, and you want to make a move in another position. There's your cut.
Sure. Yeah. I still don't have a quarterback, and I'm in
or Ingram
15.
Ingram is probably your cut. Actually,
Stop it.
2 for 9. 2 for 9.
Week.
2 for 9 is still like 40 yards rushing, right? Isn't that
4
what,
drops?
A lot of these running backs are going to be doing 40 yards.
Four drops, but there were defenders in the area on 3.
Damian Harris, 22 carries for 40 yards, no
You're
scores.
up next.
I'll take my Evan Ingram 2 for 9, 1.5 per catch. All right, so where are we at here? Hamler in round 13. Wow, Mike just stole him in like round 20 of a main the other night.
Right. Yeah, I've heard this too. Maybe Ian Hartitz. Like, how come nobody's noticed? I feel the same way about Hamler.
Now you are on
Post
the
Tim
clock.
Patrick, there really wasn't much movement, and all he's done in preseason and training camp and practices look good. Like, there's really not an injury question right now. So I've been looking for that bump with him, but we got it tonight.
Yeah. Hey, how do you guys feel? I know you were talking a little bit earlier, Todd, about stacking and like what tournaments you feel like you need to stack in. We had a question from Mason Spain. Team 11 could have had Devonta Smith instead of Hopkins and had an Eagles super stack. Are you in the FFPC best ball tournament? Are you a super stack guy?
No.
Okay. I thought you would say that.
I'll do some overloading of that Kansas City Denver game, especially early, back when I thought there was a lot more value on the players. And I'm going to take a value here. Treylon Burks normally goes at the end of round 10, and we're in the middle of round 13. I don't have much Treylon Burks, but if you're going to take him, I think this is a pretty good time to do.
Absolutely.
I agree. It was Burks versus Rashad White for me. And ultimately, I just decided that with 5 wideouts,
I already had a value. Thanks. It's funny that all the value has come in the odd number rounds, not the even number rounds.
Oh, come on. Paris Campbell. Wow. All right.
56. Yeah.
You got a really good team, Matt.
Oh, thank you.
He's just soaking up that value.
Well,
You know what I found out today is there are some people that are doing things other than drafting fantasy football teams right now.
Fair.
And
Where
there
did
are
you
some
go? Strong Museum. Where did you go to find that out?
At my kid's school.
Every big losers.
And there are some people doing 4 at the same time on a stream. There's some people doing that.
I'm like, why are all of you people standing around here at a soccer team meeting when we could all be drafting fantasy teams right now?
Maybe they were.
The answer is both. The answer is both.
Wait, was there a Grease Cobras team meeting that I missed tonight to be in this this podcast?
Oh my God, we're now in the season where both of my girls have 2 teams going at the same time, so it's gonna get crazy.
Me too. Cobras and Happy 5 soccer on Saturday mornings. It's adorable.
Speaking of which, I want to wish my wife and daughter good luck in Cleveland this weekend at the hockey tournament.
Oh,
Your daughter
I'm not
plays
going
hockey.
to. Yes,
That's really cool.
she's a little dancer out there. I mean that in a good way. She could stick handle in a phone booth kind of player.
there you go. Very, very nice. Very nice. Wait a minute. So you're home for the week? Oh, how many drafts are you doing this weekend?
We'll see. I went to Horseheads in August. Horseheads for my son's baseball. Canton, Ohio, with you for the expo. Gettysburg and Ithaca for the death-defying RV trip.
That's
and
right.
Vegas is Tuesday. So I'm going to pass on people. I'm going to pass because you have to board the pets if we all
Right.
go.
Yep. Yeah, that is true.
Yes, it's true. My parents and 2 sisters both do live on Grand Island, and also my wife's sister. But you have to board the pets.
No, we not boarding Mr. Bojangles?
Sergeant Peepers.
Sergeant
and Santa.
Peepers. Oh my gosh.
All right, I got a guy here. This is a tough one. This is a tough one, but we'll see what happens in these next 3 because I've had a guy in my queue for 10 rounds
Wow.
for this pick.
Listen, you guys got to hurry up. We have another draft in
At 9.
23 minutes. So
I forgot that I'm in that one too.
You are? Holy cow, you are? Oh, so it's Todd's turn to double up.
that's right. And we got Scott Connor coming on at 9 to join us, to join me and Mike. And so that'll be great.
We're not going to be done by 9.
No.
Well, no, the draft won't be done, but we're going to have to move on to the next one. I'll tell you that much. You'll be drafting 3 at the same time. Actually, at 9 o'clock's me, right? Yeah, 9 o'clock's me. So you can relax.
Finally,
Mike.
I get to talk.
Finally, I get that's right. That's right. All right.
It's my screen board that we're using, so I'm sorry if I'm moving up and down. Like it gets to be my turn, and I want to see it all. So I'm doing that. I realize now, like people are watching that. So sorry about that.
My vertigo is acting up. Thanks, Mike.
Yes.
That's right.
Well, actually, I meant to do it. That's what I meant to do.
The vertigo, the old vertigo.
You guys invited me to this draft to kick my butt.
The only thing we do.
Yeah.
I don't even
Someone's
know.
gonna do it.
The next one, I don't even know what spot I have.
Me, I don't know what spot I had. Todd, when you figure it out, you let me know what spot I'm in.
All right, hold on. I'm going in now.
Going in. What a night. Where would you rather be? Come on.
Where would you rather be?
Jared is in the 3 and I'm in the 4.
Uh-oh.
I hate the 4 to begin with.
I'm in the 3, Todd.
Jared.
Jared, small.
Oh, that's right. Jared's joining us. Oh my God, that's right. Holy cow.
What's your name in the team?
It might be draft guy.
Oh, you got it right.
That's right. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. I could probably go on my. Oh my! I almost missed a pick in the main event because I'm over here jive talking.
jeez.
So I double tapped quarterback in the. For those who are following me following this, I double tapped quarterback in the 15th and 16th round with Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields, and Matt loves it.
Oh, yeah.
Loves it.
Although it's certainly a more attractive duo when you're not having to decide who to start each week.
I was thinking about that as I was clicking draft on Justin Fields, but
See, chasing the helmet. Did you figure out which one was you? Oh, draft guy.
yeah,
Draft guy's 8.
8. I was 8 in this other one. Okay, all right.
Holy cow! The phone's ringing. All this stuff.
That's right. The phone's ringing. Your daughter's clearly not watching the stream, Todd. Get her in.
That was. You don't want to know. I have a worker, and I'm helping him find a roommate because he needs help. So
Listen, I have
so this
two
woman,
I have two boys here. If he wants to house them, they're 9 and 11,
Now you
and they
are on
will
the
work
clock.
for V-Bucks. So,
I mean, this is. I mean, I like my players, but this is strategically one of my worst builds in a while.
it's people don't understand. People love watching streams, and I love doing them. And it's hard to draft live on stream. Try to talk. It's very difficult. So,
Well, especially when you're, trying to. I mean, when you're doing most of the talking, let's be honest.
right, formulate a thought, and let's
I
talk.
mean, It's,
Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, no, and you guys are asking really good questions, and I'm stopping and looking at other things that I don't spend a lot of time looking at other people's teams when I draft.
Me either.
The time I will is if I'm on a corner, and then I'm only interested in, as it relates to who might make it back.
Sure. Exactly. Ooh, Osborne. There he goes. Quick question. Mecole Hardman read today. There was the shark bite today about how Mecole Hardman might be the starter in Kansas City. Do we believe that?
Again, it's kind of like a CEH thing where it's not just if he's going to start. It's like, is he going to stay on the field? Is he going to earn it? And is he going to perform? I mean, at his ADP, I think he's a fine pick, especially in best ball. I like what Hopeless Jets did, but Hopeless Jets has got 4 running backs, and it's just way too weak of a room. So, can I have one? Can we trade? Can I trade for Trey Lance?
The 9 o'clock has trades.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. Oh my gosh.
That was the first time in my life that I've been disappointed to not get Mecole Hardman in a draft. I was planning on taking him right there to go with Patrick Mahomes.
I think it's
that's
completely plausible that he not only would be chosen to start, but could be their best guy. I think there have been different circumstances that help. It doesn't have to be right, but there's a plausible case for why he hasn't been more yet in his career. There certainly have been moments. So they did sign 3 guys or draft 1 and sign 2. I'm thinking of MVS, Juju, and Sky Moore. But Hardman, I think, is good. So, yeah, I could see it.
Me too. I mean, we've been waiting for. I mean, I don't think MVS is great. I don't think I don't think he's great either. Mecole Hardman, but again, in best ball, it's even better, man. I mean, Mecole Hardman, if he's healthy all year, he's going to score touchdowns. He's going to score long touchdowns too. Even if
wasn't he a corner in college?
Oh gosh, I have no idea.
I think Sky Moore. My take on Sky Moore coming out, watching his tape, was that he was very raw, and he became a favorite of the fantasy community because of his measurables. But guys who are raw, especially on complicated offenses, a lot of times start slow. The guy that I really like is Romeo Doubs.
Yes.
I think that he's a guy who has shown he can get open, even though it's preseason. He's almost always open. And, I really like taking that's why I wanted Aaron Rodgers. I was going to back him up with Romeo Doubs. I think the Kansas City situation might be one of those where at the end of the year, you've got a bunch of guys with 50 and 60 catches, and none of them have to have guys at ADP, but they're fine. They're nice contributors. I think Romeo Doubs has the ability to be a difference maker.
I agree on Doubs, and I think that even they came out today and the Packers were talking about how they don't have a clear number one. They're going to use different receivers in different situations, and Rodgers loves to throw the ball at the 1 yard line, fade, slant, stuff like that. And Doubs, everything you see, preseason, training camp, he's been winning in these jump balls, these fades down by the goal line. That might be his role on this team. He might be that Devontae Adams-esque type receiver down by the goal line.
Now you are on the clock.
And he could score 6 to 8 touchdowns. Now, again, depending on where you draft, it's his best ball, so it's different. But if you're in a lineup setting league, it's hard to start him if he's not consistently producing. But he could emerge. He could emerge as the number one there for sure.
How much have you guys taken Alan Lazard in the 6th, 7th round? I mean,
Zero.
For me, it's basically zero.
I have no Alan Lazard anywhere. I just
my whole philosophy is take talented guys with a floor and hope they hit a ceiling. It's just not me to take guys who don't win just because, how many times have we seen like Mike Davis last year? Well, he's the only guy there. I know it's more prevalent at running back, but still the whole theory of, well, there's nobody else. The guy still has to get open.
Right. That's right.
Watkins makes sense to me and managed. I mean, the week one jokes and everything, but you talk about talent. There is that. And the concern about Dobbs would be a little bit, if not also Christian Watson, like that they're new and Rodgers' reputation with rookies. So I'm not afraid of Watkins, but best ball, I don't know. The injury history was
Randall Cobb managed. I think he's the guy who's going to give you the 550 most weeks, the 660. And if he scores a touchdown, you have a pretty good week out of him. He's the cheapest, and we know Rodgers loves him and trusts him. But ultimately, I still think the winner is going to be Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones, every time Devontae Adams was out, Aaron Jones was like a must play in DFS. And I think Aaron, if there was a bet that Aaron Rodgers would lead the team in catches and the odds were worth it, I'm not much of a bettor, but I would take that bet. I could see him catching 80.
Who's that, Todd?
Aaron Jones.
Yeah. Yep. For sure.
Hey, Adam, by the way, I just realized I never got the tweet with the link to the show. And that was an hour and a half ago. You asked me to share that, but I didn't. I just checked to get it. I didn't get it. I've had a run of these with Adam lately. They're in the links to the StreamYard are in the junk folder. And okay,
That's right.
I found it on the Draft Sharks feed. Sorry.
Perfect.
I was thinking you would have tagged me, but no, that doesn't make sense. It was my mistake.
Listen, you're doing 2 drafts right now. You got a lot of stuff going on.
Is Mike hanging dirty laundry from the clothesline outside right now?
The picture?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Literally shop talk.
Shop. I love. Yeah, shop. That's right.
Shop talk.
Shop talk.
That is a picture from my 50th birthday out the front window, which isn't actually a window, at Mama's Fish House in Maui.
Oh, yeah.
It looks amazing.
It's such a cool picture. I love it. What a
And by the
pleasure.
way,
I got a question for Mike. When did you decide on the glasses? Because it's kind of your thing, right? I mean, I was just curious of the genesis of the glasses.
Well, first it was decided for me that I needed them. And then, I know a woman at the place where I have bought glasses for 5 or 6 years or so who just I feel like she knows my style better than I do. She sort of, you should wear these. So since you asked, and I'm flattered you asked, they're from a company called Vinylize in Budapest, and they're made from a record album, vinyl.
wow.
So the frame isn't actually was once a record, but I have new ones in a couple of weeks, so we'll have to get a different logo.
You don't get rid of these. I mean, to me, they're just like a really unique statement.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I was drafting with someone and they were like, hey, is Shope in this draft? I'm like, no, Shope's not down here. He's not? I'm like, no, he's not in Kentucky this week. Like, that's not him over there. And I look over and the man looked nothing like you, but he had those glasses on. I'm like, no, that's not. No, I'm like, no, but the guy's glasses, they're vinyl. They're from Budapest. And so I can see where you would get them.
Matt is waiting to make an Up reference.
That's right.
No. I was going to make a famous reference. It might be Harry Carey.
Carey. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hi.
And then of course Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell. That's right. Will Ferrell needs to come on and do Mike Shope. Is what Will Ferrell needs to do.
I can't get Will Ferrell, I think. I don't think I can get him.
I don't believe it.
He got bit by a raccoon. Now he's Will Ferrell.
There,
Oh, boy.
yeah.
That is
Todd
good
was just
stuff.
I
uninvited
got
to
that
the
one.
draft stream.
Just
I got that
anytime he
one.
wants it.
It wouldn't be a Tod pod without a pun.
Yeah, there you go. A Tod pod. I like it. All right, so Matt, run down your, maybe just a general idea of how you did. I mean, obviously you had some amazing value picks there, but kind of how you feel about this draft overall.
It's funny. The last 2 rounds I got sniped on, and I did that with finger quotes. Nicole Hardman one way and then Khalil Herbert the other. Neither one's going to ruin my night, but otherwise I feel good about things. I like Rashad White there because I have 3 starting running backs already, and it was a good time to take, more of a hope back. I just need Leonard Fournette to go down, which he's got high injury risk on him. Otherwise just taking some wide receivers in upside spots. DJ Chark, Van Jefferson the last 2 rounds. DJ Chark's got the path ahead of him. He just needs to, produce, whereas Van Jefferson's got the upside if somebody goes down, but was also a top 40 guy last year. So I like the collection of stuff so far. A few more rounds to pad things a little bit.
I like it. Todd, you already picked, right? How you feeling?
I want to pick one more before I want to see if I can get this one guy. So can we wait till my next pick?
Absolutely. And Mike, are you?
I'm writing down who it is.
Todd's pick.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Well, I got yours.
Yep.
I love this. You show me yours, or I'll show you. I don't know.
I'm mad it didn't get Henderson, but otherwise, pretty good night.
We got one team with only Cole Kmet at tight end so far, by the way. I think everybody else is on multiple tight ends.
I just got there. Ellie Cox with Andrews. I just got there.
Todd just got there too. Just got his second Brevin Jordan.
Jordan with Kelsey.
When I took Tannehill, I was surprised. I said, "Oh man, Brevin Jordan." I mean, someone took Mo Alley Cox.
Me.
And I had a Brevin Jordan. Oh, sorry. That was.
I love it.
That was a really good pick. No, I actually do like Mo Alley Cox, but I take Jordan ahead of him.
That's fine.
I would too.
That's fine.
I agree.
And Taysom Hill went ahead of Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan. I don't know if this is a weakness, but doing so many drafts lately, like I did a main event Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and I have Brevin Jordan in 2 of those. And sort of there's an instinct, if it's close, like, okay, I just did that, so this. And that's happened a few times, in recent days where I might have, in a vacuum, right, said this player, but it's just fresh in my mind that I've been picking Jordan. And then they signed O.J. Howard.
It's very fair. And basically, I feel like I just plugged a hole in my game. I've typically done worse closer to the season. And, the rooms tend to be weaker. And I could never figure out why. And I think you guys have heard me talk to you want to vomit about exposure and not being overexposed. And I realized that I had taken it too far, that a lot of times the last week or two, I'm like, I don't have enough of so-and-so. So I'll take them, guys I really don't like, to balance my portfolio. And so I decided, like, I have way more Michael Thomas than I needed. If I hadn't noticed that, I might have passed on Michael Thomas there. So I feel like that's a hole that I've had trying to balance late instead of just sticking to my guns and making good picks. And hopefully it works out for me toward the end here.
Let me give everyone a little tip on getting shares of players. I generally schedule my auction drafts that I do for the end of the draft season, because I tend to go in there and grab, because in auction drafts you can get whoever you want, and if you find yourself low on certain players, now I don't have a big auction portfolio, but for dollar amounts, you can certainly make up for it. And that's what I end up doing kind of at the end there, is if there's a guy that I really like that I don't have enough shares of, I will get him on my auction teams to kind of catch up there on that. But yeah, no, that's a good point. So I kind of looking at your portfolio and seeing what players maybe you want more of in certain spots.
still, look for your own holes in your game, right? Constantly
Right.
to be better. And to, it hurts to find a weakness, something that, but it's also really cool because, ultimately we want to get better.
Right. For sure. So, all right, Todd. Well, thanks for coming on. We got some guests here in the waiting room, the green room, whatever they call it, the blue room.
If I can get this guy with my next pick, I think I will have recovered pretty well.
I love it. What pick
somebody
are you?
you've already?
I can't see on the board.
That's what I was waiting for. Can we wait? I'm 2 picks away. If I'd like
All right,
to
we're
see.
waiting. We're waiting. Absolutely.
You can't cut away from this.
No, you can't.
I've written a name down.
Look away.
It's riveting.
It's
can't cut away.
riveting.
With Matt on the board.
Oh yeah, Matt's just.
I don't think
everybody tonight.
Okay.
Look at Matt. You know Matt's locked in. Fingers over the mouth.
That's the tell.
Poker face. That's right.
He's
that
got
is
mouth
the tell.
fingers. That is the
Big
tell.
slick.
AK Slickster.
Big slick. While you're doing that, Dave Gladstone asked, Adam, do you have a preferred site to play auctions? Yes. The FFPC. Unfortunately, all their high stakes stuff is filled right now, but check. You have to get in those early because people really like to do the auctions, but you can go check the site. Maybe they added another one, but the FFPC has great auctions, but they're all live. Most auctions are like, that's the problem with the high stakes stuff is you can't do, none of these sites have online auction drafts, which would be incredible. If they could start doing that, that would be amazing. But I do them live in Vegas. I do, I'm doing a 750 and a 2,500 and an 850 with the FFPC, and I'm doing one with Hillard actually, Death Dealers, who's in the chat. So,
did he go to the expo?
No,
We never saw him.
no, he was in Kentucky though, so we caught up for sure. All right, so did you make the pick?
And I got the guy I wanted. So my weakness was quarterback. I needed this to be a 3-quarterback team. I had Kyle Pitts. I was able to a couple rounds earlier. So when I got Treylon Burks in the 13th and Michael Gallup in the 14th, that gave me a backdoor stack for week 17. And then I added Ryan Tannehill, who, has been the 10th and 13th quarterback the last 2 years. He's a reasonable choice late. Adding Mariota, I feel like I made the best of what was a bad situation.
There you go. See, you always find a way out. It's like a puzzle. Like a puzzle. You're solving it the whole way through. I like it.
Yep.
Todd, thank you so much for joining us. And hey, good luck in this next draft. I'm in the next one. I'm ready to go. I'm sorry.
What team are you?
I am
8.
Draft guy team 8.
Oh, you are okay. All right. I thought that was Matt. Okay, never mind.
No,
Don't mind me.
Matt's taking a break for once. He's gonna.
Mike, who did you think I was going to take?
Likely.
He was the only other guy in my queue.
There you go. See,
if I didn't have a need for the third quarterback so bad, likely would have been the pick. Absolutely.
You see
there
it?
you go.
There it is.
Matt,
You've done this.
Matt, thanks, and also thanks for joining us. I know you did the Pod-A-Thon last week. So for the football guys, Matt and Todd, thank you so much. And I'm bringing in a couple more guests here. So
Thanks
All
for
right.
having me.
all right,
Good
guys.
luck. Thanks, guys.
Take it
guys.
easy.
Have fun.
Oh, I love it.
Adam, while you do that, so we don't go to a new game. If the NFL game is not over, they don't leave it unless it's a blowout. Maybe you think it's a blowout. What are we doing with the boards?
Oh, I'm hiding this board and I'm bringing in the other
The
board.
new one?
Yes.
I can close mine. As soon as you get yours ready, tell me. I'll close mine.
Well, I just closed it. I closed it and I'm bringing in the guys. J-Rod. Welcome to the
What's
show,
up, guys?
Mola.
What happened with these overlapping drafts? Who put this schedule together?
Listen, it's either they overlap or it's a half an hour in between. It's one of the
It's
Nothing wrong with a little break.
It's one of the other.
Just the best ball? It's just the best ball?
Just the best ball. So, Scott, welcome at Charles Chill FFB.
Yes.
What's up, buddy?
Mute.
What's up, guys?
There you go. How's it going, Scott?
Good, Mr. Shop. How are you?
All right. All right.
What's up, Jared?
Doing great.
What's going on?
Oh man, draft number 2. I'm trying to share the board here. Share screen. Let's see what we got here.
Is your main event done, Adam?
Yes, just finished. We'll get into. We'll talk about that.
I think Jay was in the main event with you, wasn't he?
Well, I don't know. Was he? I don't know what's going on tonight.
Well,
I don't know who's who.
He messaged me and he said, "I'm in a main event against Adam the same night you're doing the stream." I'm like, "Okay,
That's
cool."
it. That's me.
Were you? It was at 7 then, yeah.
It was at 7. Yep.
Yeah.
No, I love it. Yeah, we'll
We
definitely.
have a main with Scott and Jay in Vegas.
Was there a Lombardi time in there?
There was. That's yes.
There you
He
go. That's it.
There was a
That's
Lombardi
Jay and his partner.
But Jules, who's Jules? And like
That's
someone's
Jay.
talking.
Jay goes by Jules.
Oh,
That's
of
his
course
real.
he does.
That's his birth name. He'll
Okay.
kill me for saying that on here, but that's what
Live
the
on the
FFPC knows him.
stream.
Yes.
Jules.
Wasn't there one? Didn't I see that name in the ship chasing last night? Maybe was there a Lombardi?
Probably.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of them. So yeah, pretty much every night you'll see a Lombardi time in there.
I love
Well,
it.
you and I were together last year with Louis G in Vegas on the Friday night. I know you guys are in the same one this year. Lots of big names.
Yes.
All right.
First things first.
Whew. Got it up. Only took me 5 picks. Did you guys see that Matt Schauf got Christian McCaffrey at the 105 in this last
I
draft?
did.
Unbelievable, this guy.
I said he paid off at least 2 of those teams picking in front of him.
Right, exactly. Oh my God. Am I gonna go Saquon Barkley in back-to-back drafts? What a night.
Looks that way.
What a night. What a night it is.
You could do what I did there. Well, I was at 9, I guess.
Saquon Barkley it is. All right. So yeah, it was fun. So how was your weekend in Kentucky? I mean, Scott, I saw you a bunch. What would you think? You think it was a successful weekend for you guys?
Yeah, it was good. It's a quick trip for me, just driving from Columbus to Louisville. It's about a 3.5 hour drive, but I was only there, 30 hours maybe.
Yeah.
And ended up doing like 7 drafts. So it was like I didn't really feel like it was a trip. It felt like it was a
business trip.
Weekend business trip. Exactly.
Business trip.
Exactly.
That's right. I love it.
No, it's good. Real first class there, though. I mean, they set you up, and it's real. It's nice how you just literally walk right in from the entrance of the hotel or the casino right into those draft rooms. Like it's very convenient. So great setup. Appreciate that.
Totally. Dave Gladstone asks, "Are you and Jay still a Vegas team?"
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There
We
you
are
go.
there. Anything that says chasing the helmet, it will be for Jay and I. So technically in this draft, I am drafting for Jay and I. He said, pick us a good team, which I love when he gives me the button and he's not around. I can go rogue.
It's usually a lot of receivers when you guys end up doing that.
He's
Well,
not
we
worried
were-
when he says give us a good team. He's not worried when he says that. He's expecting a good team. He feels like he's going to get
That's
one. I
right.
hope.
That's right.
Right. I mean, we were in three of the 4 big paybacks against each other this weekend, Adam, and it felt like we were doing the same thing
I know.
in those drafts. So it
I
was
know.
like the first draft we picked back to back, and I'm like, yeah, let's stay on the other side of the board the next couple times.
Well, that's the cool thing. So in one draft, I remember we both did 0 RB, and you were at the 3 or 4, and I was at the 9 or 10 or 11, somewhere in there. So you can do it from anywhere in the draft, which is really cool. But all right, so J-Rod starts off with Cooper Kupp at the 103. Todd goes Justin Jefferson at the 104. Scott goes Jamar Chase at 106, and I go Barkley 108. Nothing crazy there. I do tend to like to go running back early in these best balls. So you guys all 3 went receiver. We'll start with you, Scott. Do you change your strategies at all for best ball?
No, not really. I do think though you definitely have to be cognizant of your roster construction. That's the most important thing. If you're out of alignment from a construction standpoint, you're already behind the 8 ball. I mean, that's anything I play in fantasy, whether it's best ball, dynasty, redraft. It's all about roster construction. I want to at least leave the draft with the optimal roster construction that I set out, and then I'll tweak it from there. But obviously, best ball, you can't tweak this one.
Yep. Jared, how about you?
Yeah, I briefly considered Jefferson at 3 just because I don't have as much of him as Cup. But I mean, Cup's clearly my wide receiver 1, so I'm sticking to my guns there and took him.
Gotcha. So best ball doesn't really change how you attack it early.
Oh, I mean, it does. I prefer running backs early in best ball. I like to get 1 or 2 of the elites. But I'm not taking Eckler or Barkley over Cup or Jefferson.
Yep. Get it. I get it.
Little different than the first one in the 8-9 range. That's you here, and that was me in the first one. In the first one tonight, the Pod-A-Thon 8 was Diggs, and I went Andrews. Adam goes Barkley, and this team 9 starts Diggs Andrews. I told you that's what I kind of wanted to do, but Diggs was taken, so it ended up being Andrews Kamara for me in that one.
Yes, totally. So I'm mixing it up tonight, guys.
Which is not.
Thanks for taking Henry. I didn't want to have to make that decision.
Yeah, I'm mixing it up. I had Henry in the queue just sitting there. I don't have a lot of Derrick Henry, and again, I like to go running backs early. So in fact, the only other share I have of Derrick Henry is on a Saquon football guys team, Saquon Henry. Or no, I'm sorry, it was an Eckler. It was an Eckler Henry team because I had to decide between Saquon and Henry. But
I was gonna say, I mean, Barkley Henry probably isn't that unique, but it was probably Henry first, Barkley second for
right.
much of this tournament.
Right. Yeah.
My draft is still not over. 2 rounds left.
Oh my gosh.
Chase and Lamb, that's pretty tasty.
That is pretty tasty.
Yeah, I didn't think Lamb would come back around, but obviously a couple tight ends get pushed up, running backs get pushed up a little bit. So I guess in theory, I can see why he came back to this point. But I think in mains, he's going before that point just because he's like the clear wide receiver 6 or wide receiver 5.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would have never ever taken Henry in non-best ball there. Man, AJ Brown, holy cow! Is it? Yeah. I wonder if that's like an exposure thing. They want to get make sure that they get him. But Scott, talk to me about AJ Brown. I'm kind of out. I've been out on him, even in the 3rd round. There's other guys that I like better. Specifically, I'm out on him because it's a quarterback that really relies on his rushing for his fantasy stats. And then he's also got, Dallas Goedert and Devonta Smith, and the run game is going to be good. And so what's your AJ Brown take?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's definitely pushed up on the board, probably higher than if you just took like a median projection of where he's going to be, he probably shouldn't be going at wide receiver 7, wide receiver 8. I would definitely prefer Tyreek Hill over him. You could probably argue he's more in the Mike Evans, Michael Pittman, T. Higgins range, but he always usually goes ahead of those. I mean, even Kentucky this week, people were taking him in the 2nd round. And that's the spot where I prefer to take running backs most of the time because I can get, I'm big on looking at wins over replacement, and there's probably 8 or 9 running backs in the league that can give me a really high wins over replacement season, and you can get some of those guys in the 2nd round. So typically, I'm avoiding the receivers that go in the 2nd because usually that's where people are reaching for AJ Brown or Tyreek Hill or Mike Evans or Michael Pittman. So I'm usually just kind of waiting and seeing, because 3, 4, and 5 you can hammer receivers and they're really not much different. So he's just a little overvalued.
Yeah, totally agree there. So yeah, I went Henry, then you went Chase, Lamb, which is such a really, really nice stack there of receivers. Todd goes Justin Jefferson, Alvin Kamara. Jared goes Cooper Kupp, Javonte Williams. Matt took Javonte Williams in the 2nd round of the first draft. Is he moving up Draft Sharks war room? Do I got to jump in here and see what's going on?
No, it's kind of an upside play to me. And, among the guys I was considering, I thought he had the worst chance of making it back to me at 3-3.
And kind of that thing you were talking about, like you like to get running backs early in the best ball too. You it ends up kind of pushing them up a little bit.
Yep.
Very nice, very nice. So, yeah. Then I went Tyreek Hill, and then Mike Evans, T. Higgins at the turn. Is Mike Evans? So he was what? He was in the top 7, right? It was Mike Evans up there with Lamb and all them early on, and then he hasn't. Brady's back. Right, but Evans hasn't moved up. Is that because of Julio, you think, Scott?
No, actually, I mean, I don't really understand the reason for any movement with Evans. I mean, shy of the Brady was away for a while, the offensive line injuries. I just don't think there's as much buzz for Tampa Bay as there could be.
Yeah.
But I think he's got essentially the magic three things that I look for. He's got a high volume offense. He's got an elite efficiency quarterback. And even though, he's like historically like a 19-20% target share guy, but if they're going to throw it 640 times, 650 times, he's still going to get 120, 130 targets. So I think he's right in line, but he really shouldn't have ever fallen. See, I don't understand. I think he's right in this range. He goes where he should.
Yeah, so I had him in my right behind CD Lamb, Devontae Adams tier there. I had him there, and I moved him down with the Brady stuff, the offensive line stuff, the Julio. I just think that plus he's been getting dinged up a lot lately. I think he still has the opportunity for those big games, but I just feel like there's so many weapons there now, and he's a deep threat guy, and that line is so banged up that it kind of puts me off of him a little bit. I'm still willing to take him, but I just, the shine for me is kind of off after taking him so much kind of early on in the and even in the main event. Like I took him in my first main event this year. I took him at the end of the second, and then like that same day they signed Julio. So I don't know. We'll see.
Gage has been out for like 3 weeks now with this hamstring. I feel like people aren't talking about that. So, and of course, Godwin's going to be a slow starter. Julio's not going to last the season. So, I'm kind of coming around to Evans if he's going at that 2-3 tier, and I think that's probably fair.
Well, and you can tell yourself a story where, again, if you're just following historical efficiency trends, even if you just project like average volume, Jared can speak to this because he does great projections, I think you have probably the undervalued guys still, which is crazy because last week in Kentucky, you saw this guy going in like the top 12 receivers. But I could still argue for Sutton and Jeudy just based on the historical production from Russell Wilson. He's produced 3 seasons where he's had 2 top 12 receivers. And with Tim Patrick out, who knows what's going to happen with the tight ends, but you could argue that probably Judy's one of the best values. How do we know he's not just where Cortland Sutton is? And you're riding the efficiency of the offense either way. So I think the same argument you can make for, Higgins and Chase, and for Gabe Davis and Diggs, and for Evans and Godwin. I think you can make for the Broncos guys, but they're not priced that way. Same with Williams and Allen. It's like every efficient tandem isn't priced the way that, that Jeudy isn't priced where all those other guys are.
Yep.
I love it. And he still hasn't moved up. I was getting him everywhere in Kentucky. I just don't get it. Maybe because people want to see it first, but it's like once you see it, it's too late. So I took Cortland Sutton in my main event tonight. It's like my only share because I do think Sutton's going to have a great year. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like they should be priced much closer, Jeudy and Sutton. And I think so. Yeah, we talked about it a bunch in the podcast yesterday, but Sutton's fine. I just like Jeudy a little bit better.
Is there a reason Sutton's going ahead of Jeudy other than the camp reports that Sutton's Wilson's top guy so far?
The camp reports, and I used this argument to try to poke at the Jeudy one yesterday or last week, whenever it was we talked about him recently, that they paid Sutton. Like the current GM who was not there when I think either player was drafted made a decision. It doesn't have to be that, but it could. If you ask what else is there, I think there's that. Like they showed a commitment to him, and they both Instagram Bible verses.
Right.
Wilson.
Yeah, well, they definitely like Sutton. they don't have to pay Jeudy yet, so to me, that's not really a fair comparison.
Well, they also paid Sutton because Sutton's good. Like I don't think anyone's arguing that Sutton isn't good. It's just he's not a round and a half to 2 rounds better than Jeudy.
Well, and
they paid Patrick.
They did pay Patrick.
That is true.
In hindsight, though, the contracts that they signed, that's just what you had to pay receivers, and it was on the lighter end now compared to what the receivers are making today. But I don't overthink it at receiver. I look at historic adjusted market share. How much did these guys garner targets when they were on the field? Forget about the quality of them. Sutton and Jeudy career is really close. And now they have the same quarterback, which should bring the quality of all the targets they get up. So I'm in on both. Honestly, I think both could finish in the top 15. Yes. So it just makes no sense that they go 2 rounds apart. That's it. We've hit the argument from like 4 different angles.
Yes. So how does he get past draft guy? I think there's maybe a pretty good chance he does not get past draft guy after all this talking.
I know I can't talk up Judy like this and not take him right here, especially when I have him in the same.
And he got I see three green lines before you're gonna pick. So
his ADP still in the 5th, right?
It is
close. 4 or 5.
Who's watching?
Wow.
you got someone listening to the stream.
Was this a ship chasing moment? Is
that happens to us?
Right?
Since when does that happen to us?
Oh my God! All right.
Well, that's an interesting back third. I mean, that's very yellow.
Yes.
I did not see that one coming. I did not.
Man, good thing I've got 9,000 shares of him.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go upside here.
I mean, that's about where I think Judy should be going.
Yeah. Yep.
Wide receiver 20.
Yep. So, yeah, what a yellow turn there. Interesting. It's gonna running backs are getting pushed down. Good thing I got 3 of them. You know what I mean? So look at that alpha high T start there out of draft guy. Barkley, Henry, Connor, best ball. I love the running backs in best ball. And I'm telling a story, right? So I won't be taking anymore for a while. Like I'm showing my hand, but whatever. Let's see how it all plays out. Who else we got here? So we got Chasing the Helmet is on the clock. So we're coming up to all you guys here. We'll let you guys make these picks. Juju, love that pick. Talk to me about Juju. I love Juju as much as I love Judy. Talk to me.
No, it's just the same thing. It's a guy that's earned a high volume of targets in the past. I mean, I know we haven't seen it from Juju market share wise for 2 years, but combine that with Mahomes. Again, I mean, what did I get him at right there? Wide receiver 23, 22. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to do a whole lot to return to that value. I think he can just literally ride the targets that he gets from his quarterback. Unless he can't earn 18 to 20%, he's gonna finish in the top 24. So I don't understand why he goes as far down compared to, someone like Jalen Waddle. Well, literally, what's the difference other than Waddle came off a big season last year and Juju hasn't done it since 2019. That's it.
Well, I mean, the difference is Juju plays with a Hall of Fame quarterback. Jalen Waddle's quarterback.
Right. Like Waddle goes ahead of him every time.
I know. I just, in Juju, you can get in the 5th. Like this whole tier, it's kind of a flat tier. There's a lot of guys in this 4th, 5th round range where you can get 2 of them, and there's a couple other guys I won't mention because I know you guys are drafting here, but yeah, Juju, Judy, I even like Marquis Brown. I love Allen Robinson. He's been going a little bit higher. I haven't been able to get him in like the early fourth round. I haven't been able to get him, but
I mean, that's another guy. If you look at Marquise Brown, I mean, historical market share is over 23%. Yet people look at him and go, "Oh, he's not that good," But you compare him side by side. Don't even not put him side by side, but you look at like his career in a vacuum compared to DK Metcalf. There's not a huge difference. Yet people gravitate towards a guy like Metcalf as like, oh, if DK Metcalf was with Kyler Murray, we'd be going crazy. He'd be a 1st round pick or a top 20 pick.
You're right.
I mean, Metcalf looks better coming off the bus, right?
Yes, I mean, don't put him side by side because you probably go, yeah, I'll take that guy. But,
right.
Because Hollywood's like 5'9", 175, soaking wet.
Yeah, right.
And at that, still a 1st round pick who another team traded their 1st round pick for.
Yeah, those are great points.
So there's confidence in him. We're at 15 picks in a row without a running back. There it ends.
There he goes.
So Connor and then 15 picks and then Elliott to end round 4.
I thought about taking Zeke there, which I haven't been in many spots this year that I've even thought about taking Zeke, but I at least gave him a look.
Give him a look.
I mean, isn't this kind of where you want your shares of Zeke, where you can just jam him in and take the points and not really have to worry about, can he get me over 20 this week?
Yep.
Right. So Scott goes Juju, Smith-Schuster. Todd goes Terry McLaurin, the 404 or the 48, 49, whatever. Jared goes Deonta Johnson. Talk to us about Deonta. I know I don't have a lot of him, and he doesn't usually come up on the draft war room.
Yep.
Talk to me.
I don't have much of them either. It wasn't a fun pick for me, but I mean, wide receiver 24. We talk about target earners. Deontay's been elite in that regard. So just kind of a best available player for me. Definitely someone I'm not excited about, but
yeah,
really a tough team, Adam, to as these guys pick coming up here. Tough team to really diagnose Pittsburgh. Like it's almost like they have a new coaching staff. And, two new quarterbacks, if there's even a way that makes it a little bit tougher, maybe between the two quarterbacks, although who knows what's the difference in trying to project these receivers. But yeah, a lot of very talented, interesting players there, but really tough to know what that's going to amount to, that team.
Yeah. And Jared's loving life. He gets Bateman on the way back there in the 5th.
There's a pick I'm excited to make.
There you go. Oh, there you go.
You want to see that when you stay up so late.
That's right.
You want to be excited once in a while.
Give it 40 minutes. Then it'll be late for me.
Yeah. Well,
Is our 10:30 started yet?
We'll be here in 40 minutes. And everyone listening, at 10:30 we have last year's champ, Conor O'Driscoll, coming on the show. Drico. So that'll be great. I've never spoken to him. I think I may have met him at the Expo. And he'll correct me if I'm wrong. But obviously I follow him on Twitter. And
he was there. I drafted with him in on the Saturday event.
Perfect. Yeah.
Him and Colin Kelly.
So having him out, I can't wait to pick his brain. He obviously had a ton of success in this competition last year. So that'll be lots of fun. AJ Dillon. Oh my gosh. I almost want Todd to come back on the pod to talk to him about this pick. Why is AJ Dillon flying up draft boards? And I know we talked about this a little bit in the pod yesterday, so I'll let Scott run with this. Now, I don't even care if you like him or not, Scott. Why is he flying up the draft board?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think he's somebody that has obviously, like, you could probably draft him to be exactly where he's going. He obviously has injury contingency. I'm not really sure, though, necessarily if there was an injury, how much more you can expect out of AJ Dillon. Because what you probably need is you'd probably give him maybe 20, 25 more catches if Aaron Jones wasn't there. But I'm not sure the offense as a whole has such a massive ceiling that, like, I have to have one of these guys. I actually don't mind AJ Dillon in best ball like this because you basically just absorb all his volume throughout the year. But I know a guy you really like in Breece Hall. I would take Breece Hall over AJ Dillon and just bet on I'm probably going to get, weeks towards the back half of the year that could be better than what AJ Dillon can give me. But I don't know. I can buy the Rodgers offense too. It's just how does it get going? Because I want to buy into Rodgers offenses, but I also am kind of worried that it might be stagnant for, the first half of the year and it puts me behind.
Yeah. Todd responded. He said he basically didn't like any of the other wide receivers enough. I'm not even arguing against Dillon, and I got a pick here.
You're up, Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not even arguing against Dillon. I'm just curious as to why over the last 2 weeks he's been flying up the draft.
Because there's nobody else in that range to draft at running back.
I know.
That's right.
That is true. Yeah.
A little bit of softness on Hall from the Michael Carter stuff, the distribution there.
Akers. Same with Akers.
Yeah, that's right. There's a little bit of doubt about some other players.
Dobbins with the limp, Gibson, Jacobs. I mean, everybody in that range, people are like Elijah Mitchell, all of them.
Right.
Talk to me about that Dobbins limp video from yesterday, because it I don't know what I feel like if he really had a limp that bad, like, why would he be out there doing that particular movement? Like, unless he heard it in that particular video in those 2 seconds, like, how silly. I don't
Dude,
know.
I would limp at every turn. I would always be limping. That's the nature of the sport. They're always trying to, hold information back, be secretive. How in 2022 you don't think we've gotten to a point where coaches are instructing their players to limp when the cameras are on? I mean, the media only get to watch 15 minutes of it. You just have to limp for 15 minutes.
That's right. They're like, hey, Belichick's here, video in the practice. Put a little limp in your step. All right.
Dobbins at the Jets, 29, 148, and 3 week 1.
Oh, I can't wait to come on the pod after that game. Unbelievable.
Did I say Dobbins? I meant Kenyon Drake. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
It is interesting, though. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge dynasty player, and these running backs that suffer these ACL injuries, it almost ruins their value / like ability to project them for 2 years. It's not just the first year. Any player that were to get hurt at the beginning of this year, any running back, it's going to impact next year. Even if they say, oh, quote unquote, they're good to go to start next season, there's still like a question mark of how much work are they going to get? Are they going to be ready to go right away? Clearly the Ravens don't think Dobbins is ready to go. Like the fact that there's even rumblings they would put him on injured reserve for the first 4 weeks is like, why do I want to draft that? Especially in a best ball contest like this, that could be 4-6 weeks where I get zeros.
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it. Dobbins has been a guy that I remember we were drafting in Florida in like January, and we were doing some best ball drafts, just sitting around. And Dobbins is a guy I was taking like in the 3rd and being like, oh, he's burning a hole in the pocket. That's right. I can't wait to take him. We're drafting cross country. Mike's in Buffalo draft. I mean, what a great, but it's just, he's kind of fallen, and he's Steve Urkel. He's fallen and he can't get up. He's just kind of laying there. So
there he goes.
And there he goes. Perfect. I didn't want him.
6'2". 6'2".
Oh wow, coming up here. Is your other draft done, Mike?
Yes.
Finally.
My first Malik Willis in a while.
Ooh, look at you.
Come on, right? Come on.
Look in a one quarterback league?
In this.
Wow.
That's interesting. So you're betting he gets starts this year, huh, Mike?
I mean, considering the options I had at that point when everybody else had their third quarterback already, it's not that implausible. He was not a first round pick, but he is an investment. Their current quarterback is, maybe mediocre, on his way out, big money, contract expiring. And they traded AJ Brown. They lost Harold Landry, their arguably best defensive player for the year today. Henry off the injury. Like, how crazy is it to think they could be terrible? And if they're 2-6 or something like that, then it's Malik Willis time, right? Let's go find out. Because next year's quarterback class is really good, most people would say. And if you don't like what you see, then you go back in next year.
Yeah. No,
he is an immediate top 10 fantasy quarterback if he gets on the field. Like, and you saw that rushing ability translate right away in the preseason. All right, Adam, I am shocked you didn't take QB1, and I'm also shocked, Team 7 there doubles up with Hurts and Lamar.
Oh wow, then another one, Burrow, Mahomes, Burrow. Wait a minute,
That's a move. That's a move.
That's got fantasy
playoffs.
All right,
talk to us about that move. I've seen you guys do that a few times with the 2 elite quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm going. Obviously, I'm going for that Week 17 correlation there with Burrow.
That's what I was just. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Everyone knows about the Chargers, Rams, Bills, Bengals, Week 17. But no, I didn't really love any of the receivers. There was like 2 receivers I wanted, but I can probably get them in the next round. The running backs, I think, are just either guys you're banking on catching a lot of balls or just accumulators at this point. So I just figured I have Chase. Going with Burrow, Mahomes, Juju, double stack. There's a couple weapons on those teams that I can stack later, I think. So, yeah, I decided to double down with the stacks. I would have taken Lamar, but he went.
It's almost rude that you didn't really say the real reason you're setting up for Malik Willis. I mean, really, if you get your 2 quarterbacks this early, it's just you're wide open later.
Smola gets shut up. Imagine having all those teams with Hurts, Mahomes, and Herbert, and you get shut out a quarterback. Let's go.
This spot sucks, man. It's nice to get Cup or Jefferson or CMC sometimes, but after the first round, I hate picking in this territory.
It's tough. It really is tough. I went Elijah Moore over an elite quarterback because it was Elijah Moore or Michael Thomas to me, and I have a ton of Michael Thomas. I don't really have a lot of Elijah Moore, and I feel like he's worthy of that spot. So I went that route, and I'll just double tap quarterback later. It certainly won't be as good as chasing the helmet or Fresh's quarterbacks, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, the question is, do I take a third?
Oh boy!
Just to spite the room, even though
That's
I know
right.
I should. The math says I shouldn't, but
the math.
I want to see Malik Willis drafted, so maybe I'll take a third at the end.
Instincts over math, Scott. Always. Okay.
Come on. Save it until 10:30.
That's right. Come on, one an hour. I thought it was one an hour.
That's funny.
I wish Goddard was there for my pick. Man, Goddard's moving up. The days of Goddard in the 6th round are gone. You really got to start planning on taking him in the 5th if you really want him. Mike learned that the hard way the other night. I mean, that was 5-1 he went, which is crazy, but it's happening. Main event season's here.
It's just hard to get tight ends on the left side.
Yep.
It's hard to get that done in a way that you like on the left side.
I mean, Jack ended up taking him, and he went bully tight end. Pitts, Goddard. I love that start. I mean, if it was non-best ball, I would like it even more, but bully tight end with three good receivers there. He's going to have to hopefully get some running backs on the way back here, but
yeah, it's a good team. I like that team.
It's a cool.
There are guys now.
Right.
And I think that it's something I saw in Kentucky this past week. I think that 2 of the stacks that are just being a little bit, we talked about A.J. Brown, but the Eagles and the 49ers stacks are being a little bit slept on because people just assume that those quarterbacks aren't going to be able to necessarily, like, they're not the ones you want to stack per se.
Yep.
But I mean, there's been quite a few teams I've built with a Goddard and Jalen Hurts stack or a Jalen Hurts and Devontae Smith and Goddard stack, just because I think there's a range of outcomes where that offense especially is just a lot better passing than we think and a lot more efficient, which means the passing quality is going to be higher. So I think that's a stack you can get. I mean, Kittle and Lance and Goddard and Hurts, I think are cheaper tight end. It's not the same as Mahomes, Kelsey, or Andrews, Lamar.
Todd is something else. He thinks he's so cool.
This is
Todd, you think you're so cool, don't you?
Look at all that red. Look at all that red right now.
Unbelievable.
He will comment, and I can't wait to see it, but I think it should probably say there weren't any receivers in this range that I liked. I think I want to see the same comment from Todd as 2 rounds ago. They're not the droids you're looking for. Just bang that every time.
That's right. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm on the clock coming up here in a minute. Oh, you guys are on the clock.
Are you old enough for an SNL sketch, Adam, called Stand Up and Win? Which it's Jerry Seinfeld hosting a game like Jeopardy, and it's Rob Schneider, Adam Sandler, and Dana Carvey, all the stand-up comedians. They're basically all doing parodies of Seinfeld.
No, but that sounds incredible.
It's one of my favorite of those ever, maybe top 5. And Adam Sandler's one line he keeps coming back to: "Who are the ad wizards who came up with that one?" That's what I thought of when I thought of Todd doubling back on no receivers I liked here. Sorry.
Did something happen to Dameon Pierce when I wasn't watching? Did they sign somebody?
He's just going where he should go in this draft.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't need a running back.
He was traded to Houston.
Oh my gosh.
He's gonna fall right in your lap, Adam. There he is.
That's what I'm saying. He's there. I'm already like.
The thing with Pierce I think about too in this tournament is, there are teams that have him in round 12 or whatever, wherever he was going a month ago and 2 months ago. And that's not a reason to knock a guy off your board, but it's definitely something I consider.
All right, fine. Yep. I won't do it. I've already got 3 running backs.
I talked you out of it?
Yeah, you talked me out of it. My board said something else anyways, so I gotta go that route. The draft war room said something else anyways. So, by the way, this draft war room, I mean, the incredible thing about the war room is you can set it up once you're in the stinking draft. So you can literally, like today when I was doing the main event and then 900 other drafts we had going on the podcast, I jump into the draft and then there's a little side tab. You just open it and you can set up the war room right there in seconds and you're ready to roll, which is so helpful. And it was really, really nice. So kudos to draftsharks.com for that.
It's not me. I have nothing to do with that technology.
Jason, no one knows who Jason is, but kudos to Jason and the Draft Sharks tech staff over there. Well done.
Oh, I walked around in Kentucky this weekend and saw quite a few laptops open with the Draft Sharks board while they're in the live draft. So it's not just you, Adam. There's other people at your tables using very similar projections and rankings that you're using.
Well, the funny thing is too is the war room has its signature sounds in there, and when I'm at the table and you can hear them like when they're making picks and when there's a play when they're on the clock, it was really it's fun because Draft Sharks is my home, but it's also annoying that I'm in all these drafts with all these guys that are using the same stuff. But you know what? That's why those drafts are so hard. So I love it.
Cole Kmet, Darnell Mooney, double stack on the Bears. Interesting there. That's a team
Mooney.
You snipe on Fields, Adam, later.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll get him. I'll get him. I got him locked in right now.
Don't worry about a thing, Scott.
Who is he? I'll get him. Oh my gosh. I'm not used to all these running backs being available in best ball. And of course I go running back heavy early, and now it's oh my God. Is it because of the quarterbacks? Is that why? Yeah, that's why. That's why. Interesting. So how many QBs we got? We got 9 QBs gone through 7 rounds. Are we worried about Trey Lance? Men?
I've heard a lot of good arguments for not being worried, and you wonder if it's like people who are really invested
right.
who are saying that. But objectively, I've decided not to be. Not that it matters either way, but it matters in these drafts, like if you push them down or not. What should they do? What they should do with Lance is give him a real chance. They've already wasted a year basically on him. So what a team should do in that situation is give him a real chance. There's enough to like. And I think the Garoppolo move, Jared, sort of works. If they were able to renegotiate with him, they could still trade him. He just has to approve it.
Right.
They bring the money down, and he's their backup quarterback. So for them, I think it also is, a good move. So I want to add that up and not feel like Lance is really being threatened here.
Yeah, I mean, the best take I heard was that the new deal for Garoppolo just extends the trade window, where when some quarterback goes down in September, the Niners can then say here's Jimmy.
What if Carolina with Mayfield beats Cleveland 30-3? Maybe they're on the phone because they want to win this year. It's not a team that's in the rebuilding phase exactly, the Browns. So that was the speculation I thought made the most sense when he was a free agent and when we didn't know what Watson's status was going to be. 11 games is long enough for them to think that their season is at stake here. And if Carolina with Mayfield shows them up.
Yeah. And if Lance, even with Lance's rushing ability, if he's so bad that he's getting benched for Garoppolo, like he probably wasn't a great pick anyways.
Yeah.
And I think the interview with Shanahan was really candid about the situation. Like this was not what they planned. They wanted somebody coming to them and paying for Jimmy G. But they also said, they basically went to him and brought this up. They said it happened pretty quickly. And he basically said, this is what's best for both of us at this point to come back. And, there wasn't the injury that they were hoping for. There wasn't the market they were hoping for either. So I think it ends up being, they have a really easy schedule to start the season too.
Mm-hmm.
San Fran does. Like incredibly easy. They're playing like 6 of the worst 15 teams in the league. So I think even if they're winning, but Lance isn't smashing, he'll have a little bit of a longer leash. If they start out because I think they play the Bears and the Seahawks to start the year.
Yeah,
Bears, Denver, Seahawks, maybe. Yeah, and then Houston. I'm not sure Houston's right, but you're right there.
If they lose a couple of those, then you're probably going, okay, we're going to blame the quarterback because I think Lance can be bad and they can still win.
You've got it. At Chicago, Seattle, then at Denver, Rams, and then 2 easy ones if I remember. At Carolina, at Atlanta.
Yeah, they should start off pretty hot.
Kadarius Toney, scratch them off your list.
Scratch him off the list. Todd says he does a lot of 2 QB in that window. It's a little early. See, so I just don't do enough of these one FFPC best ball tournaments here because I didn't know that was a thing, and I see three teams did it. So listen, I'm behind the 8 ball here. Then I got some catching up to do.
I think it's pretty rare. I haven't seen it much.
Well, we saw it twice tonight, 3 times tonight. Somebody who did it, the last one took three quarterbacks early.
Yep. Mahomes was quarterback 8 in the first draft tonight, Scott. A thought on, after you're done here, just what do you guys think of getting there? I mean, stacks mean a lot in different builds, but he was quarterback 8.
Who was this? I mean, I'm assuming Lance went ahead of him. Who was the other quarterback.
Yeah, I'm doing the math on how did he get to QB8.
Burrow.
Yeah, so the five top guys,
Wilson.
Lance and Burrow.
Wilson.
Oh,
Not Lance.
Wilson? Wow.
I think the thing with Mahomes though is he is probably a less desirable stack at the beginning unless you have Kelsey. So I can see where maybe someone reaches on Russ Wilson or Joe Burrow higher than Mahomes to match up because there's, two guys ahead of those picks where you would want to stack. But I think it works both ways. I mean, there's cheap stacks on Mahomes you can get later. I mean, McCole Hardman, this would be the perfect draft to have McCole Hardman. I wouldn't want him in any other format. Like he's a roster clogger, even in a lineup league. But here, I mean, there's cheap ways to get Mahomes stacked. So I kind of like him where he goes.
Yeah, I've been able to stack, I think, Mahomes in one or two mains. Like I don't necessarily I definitely don't target him. I don't target any quarterback, but I've been able to get the Juju, Mahomes, MVS, and maybe it's kind of off MVS now and more Juju, Mahomes, Mecole even later. I've really liked being able to do that and getting him, Juju at the 4-5 and Mahomes at like the 6-7. That's generally been a pretty nice spot.
Adam, I want to ask you about Dawson Knox and why people have just pigeonholed him as a guy that can't earn targets. He's going to regress.
Oh,
why can't he be a athletic Raz freak going into his fourth year that all of a sudden could come up and get 100 targets? Why are we pigeonholing him as a guy? Well, he's only going to get 70, 80 targets. He's going to get pushed out of the way. I look at him and Gabe Davis are the exact same thing, except for Gabe Davis as a receiver. But Gabe Davis has no history of being able to earn targets in the NFL. Dawson Knox has a higher market share career than Gabe Davis. It's just interesting that people fade Dawson Knox like he's going to regress, but Gabe Davis is going in the third round.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I just think, first of all, we don't know what the new offensive coordinator is going to do. We think we know that he wants to get the running back more involved in the passing game. Just see, him trying to get J.D. McKissic, and then drafting James Cook, I think is the number 2 running back off the board in the NFL draft, and him kind of having that pass catching prowess. But I just don't think Dawson Knox is very good. I think now again, tight ends take some time to develop, and he does have Josh Allen's trust. But I just think that he, against man coverage, he hasn't been great. Josh Allen finds a way to kind of help everybody score, right? Like you said, Gabe Davis, everyone's super high in Gabe Davis. I'm not super high on him in fantasy, but I just know that whenever you have a quarterback like Josh Allen there, when you get guys like the Patrick Mahomeses, the Lamars, they kind of elevate everybody. I'm okay on Knox. I just don't think that, like, if you're going when you're looking build, I'm an elite tight end guy, or Dallas Goedert I love too. And then if that's not, I'm waiting because I just think Knox is in the same range as all those other guys. I don't see him making that leap to the 100 target mark. And Mike can kind of chime in on this on this too. I just think there's gonna be more passing to the running backs. They haven't maybe two good slot receivers also. And I think Diggs is going to get 150 or so. So I just don't see him taking that next step, but I could be wrong.
I'll add that I think Knox might be a nice player, but I don't think the Bills, in the framework of their offense, how it's gone for the last couple of years when Allen's been smashing, have really shown that they're never leaning on him. All his advanced route run target share numbers are pretty low. And so I've been talking on WGR about his contract a lot this offseason, because next year he'll be up and he's got all these touchdowns. And so there's, he's a likable figure and he's done well in his role, but the Bills have really never turned to him in a serious way, if you will. And now I think Davis will be treated like that in a way that Sanders wasn't, as the number 2 receiver, and even Brown a couple of years ago. So I expect Davis to get tons of volume this year with Diggs, and especially if Cook is a factor in the passing game, and then you have the slot guys. I don't know where that leaves Knox. I haven't been drafting him, but it isn't a reflection on the player, Scott. I think, he has good, athletically good, right? I mean, he could be somebody that does pay you off this year, but the Bills have really not shown yet that they want to lean on him.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how you're going to get there, because obviously the scale of what tight end expectations are compared to receivers is much more scaled down. You can be a tight end 1 with 85 targets. It's the quality of the targets. Like you sit here and you tell me Cole Kmet's going to get 120 targets, but they're the quality from Justin Fields of last year. I'll take 80 targets from Dawson Knox to outscore Cole Kmet's 120. So I think it comes down to just if his volume even goes up to 13% or 15%. Doesn't have to go up a lot. He doesn't need 100 targets to come back to his ADP or to outplay his ADP. But I also agree he's probably not going to be a guy that goes to a 110, 120 range where he can finish in the top 5. But it just seems like some of the guys going around him are the same thing, but on a much lower ceiling offense. I mean, Pat Freiermuth or Hunter Henry, it doesn't seem like those guys really do anything either for me.
Yeah, I'm just out on that entire tier of tight ends. I think the guys going 2 or 3 rounds later are the same.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's kind of where I've been at with it. I mean, not just to overthink it there. And I do have some, like, drafts like this where tight ends and quarterbacks are pushed up. Best ball drafts like this, you kind of gotta kind of roll with the punches here and take them. But yeah, it's interesting. Man, Cousins, Carr, we're getting deep here. QB 14 in round 9.
The deep end.
Albert O.
Albert O and Dawson Knox are basically the same thing.
I agree. Yep.
Is he hurt now too?
That pick. I don't know. Jared, is Albert O hurt? I didn't see a shark bite on it.
Not that I've seen, unless that happened in the last hour or two.
Dulcich isn't playing the first 4 weeks, correct?
He's on IR. That's right.
Perfect.
Right.
The Albert O fade does not make any sense. I mean, there were some Kentucky leagues this weekend, Adam, where he's going outside the top 20 tight ends, and it's just it doesn't make sense. The fade on Albert O based on I don't get it. Based on what?
Based on when he got when they made that trade and everyone was so happy for Albert O and taking him in this range, people, that's what happens. Like, okay, I'm out on Albert O. I'm going to make fun of everyone who's in on Albert O, and I'm never going to about face and go ahead and draft him. So it's like people get these things in their head from 2-3 months ago and they never change. And they never listen, it's Dutchers is out for 4 weeks. Alberto's the guy there, and he has Russell Wilson as his quarterback. Like, he's going to be fine. Like, there's no reason to fade him, So I'm not saying target him, but you certainly shouldn't be fading him. I don't know.
And Dulcich is a 6'3", small, basically a slot receiver. That's not the type of player that comes in and commands market share historically. And he's a rookie, and he's going to miss basically the entire season from before training camp until October. Yet he's even a thought in people's heads. I think it's the whole fourth quarter thing where he played the other night in the preseason into the fourth quarter. People pushed him down like 2 more rounds after that, just off narrative.
Yep.
He is a little bit injured, working off to the side, sat out the last preseason game because of the injury. It was reported lower body. We're there now in football, like hockey. And it also was reported that he would have played if it were the regular season. So probably not a big deal. I don't know if that's a shark. Is that shark bite worthy?
Yes, I'll bite that when I'm off this draft. But next week we'll be out of hockey territory. We'll actually be getting body parts on these injury reports. That'll be nice.
Maybe. What's Rondale Moore's injury? Anybody know?
I don't even know if it's upper or lower.
Waddle was soft tissue for 3 weeks, and today he's fine. Like, just it's another move. That's why you limp, Adam. It's why you limp on those drills.
And you respond to the video and you say that was not a limp. I don't know if you guys saw that, but Dobbins replied to the thread saying that's not a limp. Like, you don't see that very often.
Dobbins is right there, man. You can't get one by him about his
it.
injuries. You can't get one by him.
Nope.
That was not a limp.
Dobbins looks jacked too, by the way. Just to head off. I mean, he's huge. Man, he's a workhorse. He's been dying to get. I mean, everyone's all Etienne. Etienne's got a chip on his shoulder. Man, Dobbins got a chip on his shoulder too.
I mean, can you imagine trying to tackle one of these people?
No. That's why I play flag.
How do you actually tackle J.K. Dobbins or Derrick Henry? How do you actually do that? What kind of strength does that take?
Good luck.
Massive. Good luck. Adam, you got your quarterback.
I guess.
That's a nice
Trevor
pick
Lawrence.
there by Mr. Smolla. That's listen to the Yahoo podcast talking about they had Austin Eckler on with Justin Herbert. He mentioned Gerald Everett like 3 times as the missing piece from their offense that's going to open up the middle. So I mean, he went out of his way to praise Gerald Everett.
Oh, can we shark rate that, please?
What's the difference between Everett and Knox and Alberto? Right? I mean, they're just tight ends on good offenses that could score 8 touchdowns pretty easily.
Yep. I do have a lot of Gerald Everett. I like it.
I mean, how have we gone 10 rounds in a basketball draft and not talked about game stacking either? Because that's a week 17 game stack for me. I got the Rams stack and then Everett's the run back. So that kind of pushed me in his direction too.
Yeah, I'm all in with Burrow, Chase, James Cook, Dawson Knox. I'm all in on that last game. This is the sealer.
We were getting to it. We were getting to it.
That's right. I forgot that was a separate draft we did earlier that we talked about.
We talked about it a lot.
We got to do it all over again.
I just forgot that the Dobbins limp was from the first show. That's right. Same thing. I didn't realize that was the first show, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was. How funny. And we're gonna play this back when one of you guys win the whole thing too, and talk about your game stack there.
I don't know. My team doesn't feel like a 20K or 200K team. I don't know. It's okay, but
Scott, are you playing week 17 only?
I mean, for this, I hope to still be alive. Last year I ended up getting knocked out in the second to last week, so it didn't come to fruition. But I think this year there's so much more content this year focused on this.
Yep.
That I almost wonder if everyone's doing it, is there some value in doing the opposite, especially in some of these big tournaments, because I mean, this is all people have talked about this year is getting a hold of these games. I mean, I've seen some stacks, some teams where they got 9 players in 2 games, and my only fear with the Bills Bengals is like, what if that game's in 10 degrees and snow,
Yes.
Even in Cincy, I'm going like, that's not a guarantee to be a shootout. Rams Chargers on Sunday night, I think is a better bet to be the shootout. So I kind of like where Jared's going first.
Into the dome. Don't got to worry about weather there.
Yeah. And not only that, like the Bills, like Trey White will be back by then, obviously. And the Bills defense just never gives up big plays ever in the pass game. So it's like, it's just going to be hard for the Bengals to do what they want to do in that game, I think.
And hopefully both teams are up 2 games in the division and they're basically just gentleman's agreement to who gets the 1 seed, right, Adam?
That's right. That's right. No. It's going to be in Buffalo this year. Okay.
Connect 4. Settle it with the game of Connect 4.
And the Thursday night opener next year is going to be in Buffalo too. So
the Ice Bowl, Cincinnati, mid-January. Actually, probably not even that different in terms of the date than this game, which is not even the last game of the regular season, but it'd be like the 10th of January or something like that in 82. By the way, Scott, when I ask you a question like, are you only playing for week 17? Just flip me off. You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer anything like that. You're in the middle of the draft. I feel it's okay to. I feel like it's okay to ask, and it's totally okay for you to not answer if that's how you feel.
Oh, all good. I can handle it.
All right.
I can multitask. That's all I do all day.
Who are you picking here?
We'll
Just
see.
kidding.
Let's see.
Just kidding.
No.
Right.
This pick is about to probably auto pick, which would be the player I'm going to take. So hopefully not. Nope. All right, I'm good. Let's go with it's best ball. So why not? Give me another Chiefs receiver.
I love it. It's best ball. So why not? I love that. All right. Did you guys know? You guys didn't leave me any freaking tight ends. Let me go look.
Here we go.
I was happy to lock up Everett and Njoku there because they're kind of the last of the tier for me. So that worked out nicely.
62 tight ends went after my tight end pick. Oh boy. Ugh, gross. Is Robert Tyniger going to play with week 1? That's all I want to know.
Ooh, I don't know.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, I think he's got a chance. If not week 1, week 2 or 3, I think.
Oh, God, it's so gross.
Historically, if you just look at like the win rates at tight end in this range, it's almost just completely random. So I mean, it's very interesting. You get in drafts, and half the time, I mean, mostly in leagues where there's waivers, but
quarterback it is.
Fields.
Half the time, the waiver tight ends are better than the ones I saw get drafted in the last couple of rounds. I'm like, what's the difference?
Right. That's why I just look. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna go with another quarterback.
You just redeemed yourself. I was already getting ready to leave and start studying for 10:30, but nice save.
Nice recovery. Whenever I don't get one of the elite guys, elite quarterbacks, it's always a Lawrence Field stack for me. I took it in this main event we did earlier. Should I bring up this main event board real quick?
Yeah, let's see it. It's much more exciting than this.
Oh yeah, let's pull it up. All right, let's see, and then we can. Scott can see that the main event that Jay did too. If I can get this thing up here,
he sent me his team in our chat, but I haven't seen the board, so I have no context.
I think this is it. Is this it? Draft board. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So everyone who's watching, this is not the draft we are currently doing. This is my main event team that I was doing an hour ago. So pick 8 went Barkley, Pitts. Then I went on a rampage at receiver. Sutton, Cooks, Thomas, Christian Kirk, who I want to talk to you guys about in a minute here, and then Hunter Renfrow. I went with Hunter Renfrow over Kyler Murray. So that was I don't want to. I don't know. We'll talk about it.
You passed quarterback 1 twice tonight.
I know. I have so much. If Kyler Murray gets hurt, my season's over. Like you're never going to hear from me again. So I can't do too. And then I just went wild at running back. Kareem Hunt, Rashad Penny, Michael Carter, Isaiah Pacheco. Somebody tell me when I'm on the clock too.
I wouldn't know. That's
right. And then Wan'Dale Robinson, kind of took a little detour for Wan'Dale. And then I got Evan Ingram in the 13th as tight end 20, which I absolutely love. Brian Robinson in the 14th is RB 55, and I'm going to be holding on to him for a couple weeks. There's the Lawrence Fields. Jamison Crowder, we have an injury alert to Isaiah McKenzie, and I get the free look at Crowder week 1. So I will certainly be using that, and then Jalen Warren to kind of end it out there. But
I don't get any overcorrection on Brian Robinson.
Right.
Going in that range, like he was getting pushed up to round 6, round 5, and he falls that far. I mean, I get it. He may not play again, but I'd say there's probably a pretty good bet that he's back at some point. But you basically got a guy you may be able to start the back half of the year for a 6-round discount. I love that value.
Yeah, I think it was Schefter's tweet today that when they put Robinson on the short-term IR, but I think he said he's likely to be back in week 5 when he's first eligible.
Love that. So that was kind of a hero RB draft here. I waited on QB, got 2 of them. It's going to be an absolute pain trying to figure out when to start Lawrence and Fields. It's going to be a nightmare. But
Adam, you made 19 good picks, but Hunter Renfrow over Kyler Murray is just that's just bad.
I know, and again, by the way, I would just like to mention the caveat that I was hosting a podcast while doing that draft, so I'm on the clock, and normally I would have gone Kyler, but
you thought about how much of him you have, and you saw 2 pink rectangles right after you.
Yes,
and I'll take
and I
my
thought
chance.
there was a chance. I thought there was a chance that he might come back. Hold on 1 second here. Okay, let's do that.
Brady in 11. Prescott in 12, Stafford at the end of 13. I don't know.
Yeah, and the other thing too was I know I went receiver heavy there for a couple rounds, but I didn't like they weren't my guys. Like I didn't get my Allen Robinsons, my Juju, my Judy, my Bateman. So Sutton, Cooks, Thomas, Kirk. I didn't really love those guys, so I wanted just one more just to kind of put me over the top. I feel, and I really like Hunter Renfrow, but. Scott, talk to me about Christian Kirk. I know I've heard Jared and Mike talk about him. I've heard a lot of other analysts really, really like him there. What's your Christian Kirk take?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to elevate a guy up for narrative reasons. I mean, obviously he got the contract. You look at who else is around him, and I've heard the argument, who else are they going to throw it to? If that's the first argument you make for a player or a situation, typically that's not enough to sell me.
Yep.
But I mean, if you eliminate the names and you go back and you compare Christian Kirk to a lot of other wide receiver 3s, wide receiver 4s, like historically, he's on the same plane. And we have to respect now that his situation, even if it's just like net neutral from an efficiency perspective. I definitely think he's undervalued to a point where now I'm starting to see people take him higher, though. Like Kentucky this weekend, he's going, in the top 30 receivers. It's like, all right, now you're getting to a point where, I could argue for someone like Hunter Renfrow over Christian Kirk based on, so I think he's starting to become overvalued because the narrative is starting to say, well, why not Christian Kirk? So I think there's just teams that probably got him early or cheaper, but I like him. Yeah,
no, I get it. All right, let's pick you want. So this team that Jay drafted, is this with you or no? This is not.
I was not in this draft. This is with Lombardi time. So this is
okay. So
not me.
Do you want to pick it apart?
Goddard and 4.
Goddard and 4. What does that mean?
Yeah, I think I don't love it. I don't love taking Michael Pittman there. Yeah. I would have taken Tyreek Hill over Michael Pittman. But I kind of see what he was doing. He looks like he staggered receiver, running back all the way down. I mean, he has a couple guys that he really likes. I know he likes KJ Osborne a lot. I actually like Chase Claypool compared to a lot of other guys because, there's not a big difference. If the offense is at least halfway decent, I think he's a really good value compared to where he's going. But he didn't no stacks. I don't know. I wouldn't pick out that team and say it's an absolute smash team. Let's just put it that way. But I've seen so many boards and so many teams. I mean, who knows if we're going to be right?
I'm telling you, the 3 spot is tough.
It is. Well, you got to pick a lane early. Do you want to go RB? Do you want to go receiver? I mean, and then I'm comfortable picking whatever receiver I like most, but I'm guessing all those running backs that went right ahead of him, he would have loved to get Kamara or Aaron Jones, but then he decided against the running backs in the next tier because he knew he'd be able to get one in the 3 spot. So he took the receiver he preferred. So I don't know. Just it's a build thing. It's a tough spot. If I'm in the 5 or 4 spot, I like it better.
Yeah, just for everyone who jumped on the show. There was just we're recapping a main event that I did earlier. We are also drafting still as well. We'll get back to that in a second here, but yeah, and like Mike pointed out, Dallas Goedert in the 4th. I mean, it's just he's flying up the board, and so I mean, I like the 3 I don't like picking from the front end in the 2nd and 3rd round because I think it's so flat. But I love it in the 1st. I love it in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. I think you can really load up on receivers in those rounds. You can get an elite tight end and Goddard. Generally, you can get an elite quarterback. So I do like it in that sense, but I know the 2nd and 3rd round are just kind of tough. But
guys, I'm going to step away for like 10 minutes. I'll be back in time and set us up for 10:30. Okay, I'll be much less than that amount of time, like 10 minutes.
Cool. See you, man.
Good luck. Yep.
Yeah, so that was it. That was tough to do while hosting in another draft, but I ended up, it was good. I ended up kind of going to sticking with my guns and just taking running backs where I needed to, and Brian Robinson falling in my life was pretty sweet. Evan Ingram as tight end 20 to go with Pitts, I think is pretty cool too. So
yeah, it's a good team. Honestly, I think the fact that you already had 4 wideouts when you took Renfro, that's what would have definitely pushed me to Kyler, but.
Interesting build in the 12 spot. Went RB, but then ended up using 3 more picks in the first 10 rounds on running back, and then 2 quarterbacks. Interesting.
It's just not. It's not correct.
Interesting is one word for it.
That's just not correct. Whatever. All right. Well, let's get back to the good. Oh, look at that view in Hawaii right now. Oh my God, so good. All right. Am I on the clock yet here?
I'm on the clock.
Not yet. All right. Yeah. Let's share it again.
It's starting to get to that point when Jared Goff goes.
Oh boy. That's right. Scott, have you done a bunch of these? How much best ball you got going on?
I've not done a lot of best ball, probably half a dozen or so. I'm just in so many dynasty leagues, man, that it's just always something. So it's this is the thing I had to. If you get me into best ball, all of a sudden it's going to be 400 teams in eight different contests. I just got to refrain. Otherwise, my entire, from March to now is just there's never a break.
Yeah, I feel like so. You're obviously a big dynasty guy. It's either I feel like you either are a big dynasty guy or a big best ball guy because they're like the same time of year, right? So
it is. I've started to get into something that's starting to grow is dynasty best ball.
Oh wow!
Which is, I used to be totally against it because I figured there's an edge in having to set lineups, especially when you're building teams that are not within one draft. So if I'm drafting in a main with you, there's a much more of a level playing field when you're starting, right? But in a dynasty league, it's not always the case. So I always thought there's a bigger advantage when you're setting lineups in dynasty because half the time people don't set their lineups. Teams that are tanking don't set their lineups. Like there's a lot of variables that go into it. But dynasty best ball is interesting because it's almost like the same strategies you would think of from like a redraft best ball standpoint, but you can trade. You could trade for where your holes are. You don't have to fix them right at the draft. So if you are kind of ahead of things from just like a best ball redraft standpoint, but then you transition it to dynasty, it's a totally different strategy. And I'm starting to get into it.
Yeah, I have one dynasty best ball team on FFPC that is fun. I think because I like again in best ball, I like going running backs early. So I think it more defines my strategy of how I'm going to draft the team. Whereas in maybe lineup setting dynasty, it's kind of whatever the value is. You're targeting more players. You're not really targeting like build maybe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but you're not really targeting like a build of your draft. It's more like the actual players. Whereas in best ball dynasty, I'm targeting like the build and then the player, or I'm targeting the build as much as I'm targeting the specific player.
Yeah, I think definitely for me, I play Dynasty almost more like a robot. So it is a lot about build based on the format. I'm a big math person, so I'm always going through the settings and the scoring and the parameters of how many starters, how many roster spots, trying to come up with the optimal before we even start. And then you play with a large enough portfolio where, it kind of just takes care of itself. So I do think it matters, but I think the trading part is what throws people off, because you can ruin a best ball team before you even start picking players if you have the wrong structure. You don't understand correlation and stuff. Best ball dynasty, though, you can get yourself out of it. And that's the variable that's hard to account for when you're drafting.
Yep, totally. I love it.
I'm sizing up team 7 here, guys. I don't love, going 0 RB-ish in best ball, but I think to get those 4 backs after that start, I think team 7 looks nice.
Don't hate it.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Right? I mean, they're set at tight end and quarterback, and then pretty strong at wideout. And again, I like those 4 backs.
Adam, where did Gibson go in that main event? You remember?
Let me see here. He went. I'm looking. I want to say he went like the 9th, but I might be.
That's a player this past weekend.
The 7th, Scott. The 7th.
Wow. I was kicking myself this past weekend not getting any Gibson because he's fallen to the 11th and the 12th round, and I'm sitting there going like, you're buying a player that has a 300 touch season under his belt. And I know you can buy the whole narrative about they don't like him, whatever. But I'm just kicking myself for not getting any Gibson this past weekend. Because, I mean, some of the running backs, like there was a point where Jeff Wilson went within like 12 picks of Gibson. And I'm like, how are those even, Mike Davis, Jeff Wilson, Antonio Gibson. One of those isn't the same.
I mean, Washington obviously doesn't love Gibson, but he's good enough where in these first 4 weeks, he could just like be too good where they can't, send him back into a committee with Brian Robinson, right? Like he could just kind of snatch that job.
Well, I don't think they like him as the way they used him last year, but remember he dealt with that stress fracture in his shin, and it's like all you're doing is pounding him over and over and over. And so I almost kind of wonder if they wish he could take the McKissick role, but they don't fully trust him in that role. But
why? It's so stupid.
Well, I mean, that's what he was coming out of Memphis. That's what we thought he was going to be.
Right.
We ask that, but yet you look back and you go, Who were the guys at Memphis that got touches over him? Patrick Taylor, Kenneth Gainwell. I mean, his entire college career, they treated him like that. And you can sit there and say that was a mistake, but maybe there's something else going on where it's like we just can't trust this guy with a huge workload, with the ball in his hands 300 plus times. I don't know. We just don't know. There's a little bit of like Rojo syndrome with him, where they just don't trust him, and we're never going to probably know why.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be it. There's a reason why they don't trust him. We don't know, and I just hope that. I mean, for Gibson's sake, he's still young. I mean, he can maybe latch on somewhere else after this Commanders debacle. But yeah, I mean, he's just such a valuable piece to have because you can make him your first and second down back, or you can make him your pass catching back, or you can have him be all three. And instead, they want to do none of it. Like I just don't.
Yep,
I don't get it. Don't get it at all. But yeah, Gibson in the 7th, I don't like it all now either because, like I said, he went in the main earlier tonight in the 7th round because we're playing to win. We're playing to win at the end of the year. Like there is a chance that he holds on to the job, gets it, and smashes and does awesome. But there's also a chance that there's no way Robinson, after being the darling of camp, and then he gets shot. There's no way they're going to bring him back and be like, all right, like you're on the back seat. Like that narrative isn't like they're going to encourage him to come back. It's going to be a great big story for them. Like they're not going to just not let him play. So they're going to give him all the touches in the world when he's ready, I think.
I think the other thing is, I love Naheem Hines, but Carson Wentz destroyed him last year. Yep. So to assume that this offense is going to be even similar to what it was with, Heineke and the quarterbacks prior to Wentz, I don't know. I don't think we really know what it's going to look like. So I don't think it's fair just to say everyone just assumes, McKissick's going to have his normal role and we're going to take away, this many targets out of the offense to him. Maybe that's not going to be the case. So I'm excited for Gibson the first month of the season because I'm with Jared. Like he could go out and they're giving him 20 carries and it's like, damn, he just put up 500 yards in 4 weeks. And then what do? You don't just give the job to Brian Robinson at that point.
And he opens versus Jacksonville. I'm not sure what their schedule is like after that, but week 1 Jacksonville, that's a good spot.
Oh yeah, I agree with all that. We all think he's good, right?
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Yep.
Yeah, like Scott said, he played through a stress fracture in his shin for almost all last season. Like I feel like that's not talked about nearly enough.
Well, if you go back to his community college numbers, they were ridiculous. No, seriously, look them up. You can look at what he did in.
Come on.
It's the deep end, baby.
I'd have to pull him up, but yeah, you just look him up and you calculate what he did per touch he actually played like 4.5 college seasons, and what he did per touch going back to community college was just, insane. It's probably one of the most crazy stats I've seen, but he had more touches in his first 2 years than he had in his entire career. So to think he's just going to go out and be a workhorse running back, we kind of didn't nail Gibson from the get-go. People in Dynasty had him as like he's going to be the next Christian McCaffrey. It's like
didn't Ron Rivera say that? Didn't Ron Rivera say he reminded him of Christian McCaffrey?
He did, but if you look historically at the guys that have those like 400 touch seasons, they're not guys that come out of nowhere. They did it in the past. You know what I mean? They did it in college, or they did it at another level. It's just, I don't know. But he's now a value. I wish I would have gotten him in the 11th or 12th because now you got to pay 5 rounds higher than that.
Yeah, he was only going there for like a week too, but
I feel like I've drafted him in every draft this week. Gibson.
Gibson? Yeah.
You're already I'm already trying, I think this is very common, but I'm already trying to build teams where I'm picking running backs in that range. And he's just another name to add to it that makes more sense than he did a week ago. He and Robinson were both kind of on the fringe of that group already, but there's just more reason to like him. You can start Antonio Gibson in week 1, like you guys are talking about. As opposed to other guys in that range that we like, where we still don't, like an Edmonds, you don't even really know, or Cook or Stevenson, you don't even really know what that's going to be. But is Antonio Gibson not getting 20 touches in that first game?
Right. Maybe not. Maybe it's J.D. McKissick with 8 catches or something crazy. But
because they're way behind Jacksonville.
Right. Well, maybe it's just part of the. No, I get that part, but maybe it's part of their offense. Although Washington isn't very good either, but.
I like that. That's one of my favorite week 1 bets. If you want to transition to that, but I like Jacksonville +3 against Washington
on the road. All right,
I love it.
It's not a notoriously tough place to play. It's a pretty tough place to watch a game from, apparently, and not get sort of like wet or you fall down the steps, things like that. Bad things seem to happen in that stadium to the fans.
Steps. It's good stuff.
You like Jacksonville +3. I'm so ready for lineups. I'm so ready for lineups and spreads and like matchups.
I started. Scott's probably gonna laugh because he's probably been doing this for weeks, but I started setting lineups a lot last night.
So
for all my all my leagues, all my football guys, and of course waivers. Like that's like, oh my god, it started. Waivers has begun.
We went through this weekend and set all of our waivers, and then cut downs happened, and I'm going like, oh yeah, I really don't want to add this player. This, I had to go through and change them all.
That's right. I'm so happy that I'm waiting, that I'm procrastinating.
The week
I
one
hate
rankings
waivers.
are going
I love
live
lineups.
Yeah, me too.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, the week one rankings are going to be live on Draft Sharks tomorrow.
Oh wow,
they're done. They're done.
Come on, let's expose some right now. What do we got to talk to me?
I got too many tabs pulled up already.
All right, Jared, where do we have Joe Flacco against Baltimore?
Yes.
Is he in the top 30?
I was going to say, I think he's 31 ahead of only Brissett.
But behind Geno.
If I'm remembering correctly, I might be wrong.
Behind Geno.
Oh, Geno's going against Russ. If he's going to be motivated, it's this week. He's going to show them there's no difference between the two.
Then you have Mayfield along those lines.
What a weekend.
Mayfield against the Browns, Flacco against the Ravens, Wilson against the Seahawks.
Wait, it's Thursday. Right now, the game will be ending. The Bills will be winning the game around this time next week, right? Isn't that?
I will be sweating for the bare knuckle.
Me too.
That's right.
That's right. You're in it, aren't you?
I forgot about that. I talked about the main event. I forgot about the bare knuckle. Yes.
Yes. I'm excited.
Pacing around that room, trying to remember who the Jets kicker is. Zerline, right? Scott, is it Zerline?
I'm not up on my kickers. I'm going to have to cram.
Oh, wow. Good luck.
Take them early. Don't worry about it. It is. Take them early. Don't worry about it. Take the ones you know and beat the room at the rest of the positions.
There you go. What pick do you want for that, Scott?
That is good advice. That is good advice for the kickers. Don't get down to the last four, because then the pressure's on you to remember who they are and hope they keep their jobs.
Right. Don't get cute, because they do get cut, and it changes all. Last year, it seemed like it was always changing. Kickers were getting cut and put on IR for minor injuries. Just very interchangeable position last year.
Yep. To answer your question, Adam, I like being in the middle. I like being in the middle in these best ball tournaments, because it kind of just gives you an ability to build your team based on what you're seeing on both sides. If you're on the end, especially like in the bare knuckle, I know I'll have more time to think in between picks, which is good, but I'll be sitting there going like, okay, here's my plan. And then if it blows up like 3 picks before me, then I'm scrambling and I got to make 2 picks in a row, and it's a 30-second clock. And I'm like, oh man. So I kind of want to be in the middle. So I have time in between each pick.
That's it. Really exactly what I was doing last year, picking 11. I got the 4th choice and I picked 11. And that was, I thought, more time to think. I was going to need it. But it was what you said, but it was also like, okay, you can't write anything down either. So I'm starting to think of names, they'd all go. So it would be better for me this year to think of players in blocks rather than sort of who's on the board and who's not. You're going to miss guys that way, maybe. But I would start to be like, okay, then they'd all go. And you should be doing that constantly. The constant pressure of trying to put that together was tough on the end.
It's actually too much time to think.
Too much time.
If you're on the end, you're like, okay, I got 8 minutes between when I have to pick again, and you have, like you said, like 8 names in your head, and then if those 8 go, you're going, now I have 45 seconds to think of more names, and you don't have them. It's brutal.
It's also so late. I mean, it's whatever. We'll be on Eastern time, body clocks, and it's like 1 a.m, and you're trying to stay sharp. It's tough.
Speaking of 8 minutes, our next draft starts in 11 minutes.
I have it up.
Oh, you have it up. Beautiful. Okay. One last thing I got to do over here.
We pick 11th, so you have an extra minute or 2.
Oh, yeah. I like it. All right, J-Rod, so we're going to probably end this fairly soon. Run down your team a little bit. What are you thinking? What do you like? What do you not like?
It's okay. I mean, I feel weakish at the onesie positions. But if those top two backs stay relatively healthy, yep. Pollard and Hunt, if I can get either Zeke or Chubb to miss some time, I think I'm pretty solid at running back. And I feel good about my wide receivers. I think I'm pretty strong there. I like those. I like the Burks and Gallup picks I made late. As my 5th and 6th.
Yeah, for sure. Gallup, maybe week 1, maybe week 2. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he's still not on the short-term IR, so I guess they expect him, before week 5.
There you go.
I mean, he's a second half of the season guy. He's
right.
If he can be 100% healthy for the final 3 weeks for this tournament, that's kind of what I'm hoping for there.
Yep. Scott, talk to me. What do you think? What went right? What went wrong?
I'm pretty pleased, honestly. I came into it with I didn't necessarily expect to get Chase at the 6th spot. Like, that was my plan, but if he would have gone a pick before, because sometimes he goes in the top 5 or top 4. So once I hit that, and then once I hit Lamb, I was going to prioritize getting the stacks. And there's a lot of running backs that I think a lot of us like in the round 6th or around 11 range, especially with the quarterbacks pushing them down. Yeah. And I literally came into this going, all right, if I take a guy like Nick Chubb, who, if I was going to get stuck with Zeke or Chubb, or that was my plan to go one of those guys at my RB1, I want to try to get 200 receptions or something close to it with the rest of my guys. So I maybe reached a little bit on Hines, but I just went Edmonds, Hines, Cook, and I figure I'm going to hit the weeks where, that I just need to get by in those spots, and then hopefully my stacks can carry me there. And then tight end, I'm just spraying and praying with guys on efficient offenses.
That's what I did. Spraying and praying minus the efficient offenses with Brevin Jordan and John Smith. But
yeah, you almost had it.
I almost had it.
You had it with Alvaro, and then you kind of went a little south, but
inefficient spraying and praying. Okay. Yeah, so
I like the Deshaun Watson pick too. That's sneaky.
Had to get him there. Plus, I think Lawrence. Let me see. Lawrence and Fields. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, Fields has a week 14 bye. So having a quarterback coming back around then will be nice.
No one wants to talk about it, but there's a shot this year that Watson comes back and is a big factor in some of these tournaments. And
for sure,
he is going to be, especially in waiver leagues, he is going to be on waivers in a lot of leagues, and it's going to be a race in like week 7, week 8 to see who can pick him up.
My only thing, and I actually have a lot of Watson in these best ball tournaments, like underdog, but my only thing, and it hasn't been talked about enough, is like the guy hasn't played football in 2 years,
right?
And like he's gonna have been away from the team for the first half of the suspension. So I wonder how good he's gonna be when he does come back.
And he didn't look great in the preseason when he played.
If they're 11-0, does he go in? What's the best record they could have where they would put him in? Like, if they were 9-2, would they put him in?
They already wrote him a $45 million check. He's going in.
It's too late for questions like this. If they're 11-0, can you imagine a team making a quarterback change at 11-0?
Can you imagine the Browns ever being 11-0? When was the last time the Browns were 11-0? When the Giants had a winning record? Is that
it's longer ago than that?
Has that around
if
the
it's
same
ever
time?
happened, it's longer ago than that.
Okay. Let me get a quick breakdown of mine, and then we'll get out of here. We'll move on to the next draft. We're not getting out of here. I generally don't go running back heavy unless it's best ball. I went running back heavy here. The nice thing about it is you can kind of ignore the position forever, and which is what I did. Barkley, Henry, Connor. And then just kind of, threw darts at all the receivers are in the middle rounds. Brown, Cooks, Elijah Moore, Kirk, and Tony. Sprayed and prayed with tight end with Alberto, Brevin Jordan, and Jonnu Smith. Same thing at quarterback. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Deshaun Watson. Took a detour for Gainwell. Julio Jones, I really like in the 14th round for best ball. If he plays that kind of that tight end position there for the passing game, I think he could have some big weeks. I never want to have to figure out when to start him. But, and then we'll kind of round it out here. We still got 4 more rounds left, but we'll round it out here in a little bit. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. How you guys feeling? Good, Charles Chill at Smola DS. Scott, where
I'm
can we
feeling good.
find
I'm
you?
about to get off this stream and I'm done for the night. You guys
Yeah,
got
get out of
2
here.
hours left.
Goodbye.
Enjoy the show.
Get those week 1 projections up. Okay,
They're done, baby. They're done.
get them up. So, all right, Scott. Hey, thanks for joining the show, my man. Are you in the 11:30, Scott, or the 10? The 10:30?
I've been working for like 18 hours, including drafts. So yeah, I told you I was gonna jump into it, but I decided not. Maybe I'll jump into one this weekend.
Go to bed.
See you next week.
That's
I
right.
will see you guys in Vegas. Can't
See you
wait.
in Vegas, Jared. We won't see you in Vegas. You got week 1 projections. Week 1 projections are done. Let's go.
Here's
We'll
a
see you in
chance.
Vegas.
Last minute
There's other
opportunity
stuff
to
to
go.
do, Adam. I'm chained to this laptop for the next.
All right, great. They're portable. Just an FYI. So, all
Good
right,
job,
boys.
Jared.
Thanks for coming
All right.
on.
See you, Scott.
See
See ya.
you guys.
See you guys. Oh, I love it. All right, Michael.
You got one more in you?
I don't have a choice.
No, that's
I don't have a
right.
choice.
You're not comfortable with this format. I'm not really either, but I've learned a lot in the last 3 hours.
Oh, sure. Yeah, for sure. Oh, what a weekend it's been. Drafts it's been. All right, you have the other board. Can you share that, Mike?
Yeah, I'll get there. Hang on.
Love that. Share that.
We're picking 11th.
We're picking 11th. Where is Connor picking? Do we know that yet?
What's his team name?
I don't know, but he's backstage. I'm just going to bring him in. We can
Do it.
We can talk to him about it. I like it. There he is, the champ.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's
How are
up,
you?
buddy?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So I'm actually right beside you guys. I'm in the 10 hole.
Oh, that's perfect.
So
That's
picking
what we were
back to
hoping
back.
you would say.
It's going to be a real quiet stream.
So you guys are tired. I just got back from a road trip and kind of busy day in work. So I think we're going to be in the tiredness game together.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
There you go. Do you mind if I call you Drico the whole time? Drico's such a cool name. I want to call you Drico.
As long as you say it properly.
Is that properly?
So it rhymes with sicko, Drico the sicko.
Drico. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No apologies needed.
Drico. I like that.
I get what happens. People, they see the Rico. There's a D in front of
Yep.
it. Let's go.
Let's go. That's right.
So
Well,
I'm Shope, so people get my name wrong all the time.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're Shop, right?
Shope.
Yeah, Shope.
See,
I
that's
know.
right.
I
That's
know.
right.
You said Shop.
Yeah. I need a nickname is what it is. I need a cool nickname. I've
Right.
still never had one.
I still never had one. Well, unfortunately, while figuring out how to say Drico's name, I auto picked in this my 9th draft of the day. But whatever.
You did in the other one?
Yeah, I got Mitch Trubisky is my QB4. I'll take it. Is
it Superflex?
No. This is the same type of draft we're doing. It's a
Okay.
FFPC. Yeah. No, it's not a great pick, but
Stop the clock.
Stop the clock. So Drico, tell us about your win last year. It was did you do a lot of teams? Did you did you have a overarching strategy going into it? Were you a big best ball guy before this?
So I had in the FFPC league, I had 4 teams, and
Good for you.
So I'm kind of got a little bit lucky, but definitely very focused on construction, kind of taking the right profile of players, and I guess in best ball tournaments, it's gonna be one team that decides your year. That like you wish it weren't like that, but it's gonna be one team that decides how you do, and my one team decided that I had a good year last year.
That's right. That's a great decision that team made. Who who were your kind of focal points? Did you have a lot of the same pieces on all the teams, or what was kind of your thing?
So I guess one player that I did have a ton of last year was Mark Andrews. So that definitely helped.
Yep.
I did have a lot of Jamar Chase last year. I had a lot of Devin Singletary last year. But it's one of those things. So in kind of like leagues and stuff like that. Oh, we are underway.
Yes, underway. Sorry, I'll pull it up here.
In leagues and stuff like that, it's like all about the league winner and like can you get a handful of guys that do really well, and that's normally like enough or to at least put you in the mix. Whereas this team, I was just kind of fortunate. I should say it was a co-drafted team. Me and my co-drafter, we were very fortunate in that we kind of like got almost all of them. We had Mark Andrews, Deebo Samuels, Jamar Chase, with Justin Jefferson, and then throughout the year we had Hollywood. He had a really good year. Then in the playoffs we had Devin Singletary and Sony Michel, and it just kind of, I think from the week 14 through 17 we averaged 200 points a week.
Just incredible.
Were you in the lead throughout?
Well, I think it's week by. Oh, you mean so it's week by week? I think, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you have the group stage. Or sorry, this year is different. So this year it's the group stage goes to week 14. Last year it went to week 13, and the first knockout stage was week 14. So I think we actually. Oh. Looks like I'm up soon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I like that you guys both have a Hawaii background there. I don't know if that's
It's just
if he just screenshotted your background and put it up there, but I like it. And I really like. Speaking of Sony Michel, I just took him in the 18th round here in this draft that I'm in.
All right, so Connor goes Swift.
There you go. So I don't have the draft up yet, Mike. So just talk to me. What are you thinking here?
Andrews, I did that at 9 in the first one. Barkley, Cook.
Barkley, or Cook. I could go Barkley or Cook. I like to go running back early in these things.
Are you open to the tight end in the second pick?
Yes.
Is it better to get the tight end first or not? Does it matter? Because if 12 has to take 2,
then go Andrews then. Yep.
Okay, that's
good idea.
Thank you.
Good idea. If we're gonna go that,
Connor passed him up. His main man last year. He passed him.
That's right. He's
right. Sometimes I like to joke about just trying to reassemble that team every time I draft, but
maybe
not
we'll do that
every time.
Maybe we'll try to. We're not getting Jefferson though, Adam.
No.
I like it. So Connor, do you have a specific strategy when it comes to best ball, specifically like a micro strategy on, or sorry, not a micro, like a macro, we're on the clock.
Yeah, you guys are on the clock.
Okay,
Saquon for sure. As far as do you like building, bully tight end? You like to go running back early, receivers early? What's kind of your?
I'm gonna make my pick.
Yep. Sorry.
And no, you are good. So in terms of strategy, I don't really have a micro strategy. I try to be open to lots of different types of builds and constructions, but I do have kind of more macro stuff that I try to focus on. One of those things, so I actually did write an article on kind of how I'm approaching this tournament, and one of the big things is, so the tight end premium, and you have the 2 flex spots, is that I think there's a big mental adjustment from, let's say, underdog or even just normal PPR formats. The firepower that you need at tight end is you need a lot of firepower. So that is one thing that I try to get. What else? Try to draft a lot of receivers while the receivers are really strong.
Yes.
I think that it's hard, it's difficult to do in every draft. But I do like starting to get a quarterback in kind of the 5th through 7th round. I think that the majority of the time the quarterback ends up being the best pick there, because the receivers are started to tin out. The running backs a lot of the times have tinned out pretty dramatically, and even the tight ends have. Whereas you're talking about really an elite tier there quarterback.
Yeah, and I think you made a great point. Like, you like to load up on receiver where receiver is strong. Like, I think where some people kind of get lost is at any position is trying to load up on them when the positions aren't strong. And that comes, the thing, the experience that comes with drafting is you kind of find where those pockets are, right? Maybe like the 3rd, 4th, 5th round is really ripe for receiver. So, hey, maybe if I do want some running backs, I'm going to go running backs early, because I know that in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, I'm going to love those receivers. So I think the experience there comes with that. And hey, if I want an elite tight end, I got to take it early. I can't wait till the 4th round or something to get that. So I think that's a really good point.
And the other big thing is knowing the draft that you're in as well. Like, I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but I've definitely experienced drafts where the wide receivers fly off the board early and often, and some of the picks that were running backs or tight ends, like, I wish I had been a wide receiver, because the guys I'm looking at now are pretty unappealing.
Right, that's right.
Whereas when there's a draft where you think that, okay, well, the wide receivers are going to be some of my favorite picks, like most of the rounds. Yep. Well, then that's where you're going to want to draft them, right?
Yep. That makes a ton of sense, for sure.
How about Swift, Connor? So we've seen a couple times tonight, Derrick Henry sliding, Najee Harris is sliding a little bit, talk of an injury, and Swift is kind of where he's been. Barkley and Mixon have moved up a little bit. How strong are you on Swift, or is it more of a numbers game where you're trying to get certain shares of different guys?
So like, I wouldn't say like I have like this crazy high allocation to Swift, but he's definitely one of the running backs that I'm looking to draft. Because some of the characteristics that he has, like, he's obviously very young. If you look at a lot of the running backs in the 1st and 2nd rounds, a lot of 27, 28-year-olds, which that's around the age I am, so I don't want to say that's old.
Yeah, good. Appreciate that.
But in terms of running backs and the amount of collisions that those guys have to take, it's definitely where you just like you said, from pure numbers, you do start to see a drop off. So like the age, before he picked up the shoulder injury last year, he had I think he had something around the 20% target share, and when the lines very seldomly made it to the kind of scoring position last year, but when they did, Swift was heavily featured, and I guess one thing I like to think about is that, like, okay, so they have gotten some better wide receivers. They do have the good offensive line. If they can be better on offense this year, and that kind of like usage for him around the goal line continues, that is definitely kind of like the profile of a running back that I like to target.
Yeah, I know Pat Kerrane talks a lot about, and I forget what he calls
right.
it.
He said the legendary upside.
Legendary upside, yeah. And he lists DeAndre Swift as one of those. He could be one of those guys because he's got the pass catching, he's got the elite offensive line, exactly all the stuff that you brought up there. So yeah, no, that's a good point. Swift is a guy that I would love to start being able to get in the 2nd round, but I like Almighty's been going in the end of the 1st, and I totally get it. Pitts, I know you're coming up here in a second, but I have too much Kyle Pitts in the 2nd round. Is he a guy, I'm assuming you're in on the elite tight ends. Is he a guy that you've been targeting? Do you have him over Mark Andrews or even over Kelsey?
I wouldn't say I have him over those guys. But in terms of like the price that you get him at, and just the sheer upside that is possible, like one of the big things in fantasy football is the second year wide receivers, because that's the experience group that see the biggest jump in targets and like the most breakouts, the biggest breakouts. And so he is a tight end, but he's kind of like a wide receiver playing tight end. And that definitely something that I want to target, especially with somebody who's that good.
Yes, completely agree there. I know you're Zeke on the clock here.
Zeke at 3.8.
Wow,
is a touch early, about a round as we get closer.
Yeah.
We're opponents, but we're kind of teammates and drafting side by side and talking together here like this.
Right.
Most of the information we're seeing it together. We might as well be somewhat open about it.
We're processing it. I like it.
So Mike Williams just went.
So we'll see. I got one pick left here, Mike, and then I'm in. I'm going. Let me go that route. Let me do that. All right. I'm out of this draft.
All right.
Let me
come on over.
I'm coming over.
All right.
Let's see what Connor does. Connor and I drafted together in Canton.
That's right.
Oh yeah, we did. I remember.
It's a crowded room.
That was
a very crowded room.
Jalen Waddle. We'll talk about that again in a bit. Jalen Waddle to Connor. So, I mean, I like two running backs here. And I don't know if you can see.
I like Connor. Who's the other one?
There's two other ones that are better ADP value wise than him. Chubb and ETN.
Okay, I like Connor or ETN.
I'll pick ETN because Connor has a better chance of coming back.
Yep, I like that. I like it a lot. Oh boy. Let me shut that off there. All right. Okay. So, yeah, no, I like that too, and we can get back to the questions after we both pick here.
So it is interesting that Zeke did go ahead of Nick Chubb.
Mm-hmm.
That is an interesting.
But he even took Mixon in the first round. I haven't seen that in a while either.
Tennessee, Dallas, week 17.
Oh, there you go. Not maybe, definitely.
All right. So Chubb goes and Keenan Allen.
Oh, I love it.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I do. And then we just leave it alone for 12 rounds. Leave it alone. Got the elite tight end. We got 3 now. I know this is a boomer. This looks like a boomer draft, but I like to go running back heavy in best ball, and then now we can just leave it alone for 11 rounds and have fun loading up everywhere else. So,
I just don't like knowing that rounds 7 through 10 or whatever it turns out to be, all those running backs, we're not going to want them. Like there's so many fun, interesting options there. We'll see. Maybe we'll still want one more in that range, but
yeah, maybe.
All those guys we love.
I'm definitely not opposed to one in that range.
Okay.
If we agree to, oh my gosh, Drico's just gonna bully people. He's bullying people at tight end.
Gotta starve the beast.
This happened in the first one where I got a tight end early, and so did Matt and Todd, who were on with us. Mm-hmm. And then one team picked 3 tight ends right in the middle of us by the first 4 or 5 rounds. So you love to see that when you've already got one down.
For sure.
Well, I mean, so one of the reasons that I did take Kittle there is because you see Dalton Schultz just went. Getting Kittle 2 picks before Dalton Schultz does feel very good.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see that the 109 is after getting Josh Allen, stacking up Josh Allen in the 4 with Stephon Diggs. That
works.
Like
Schultz, man, I have no Schultz, and I went like if you'd asked me 6 months ago if I was going to be overweight on Schultz, I would have said absolutely. But he just ends up going like in a range where I just love the receiver so much. And I just can't, like, I would rather wait and take Goddard, or I would rather take one of the elite ones earlier. But Schultz could see a ton of targets. He's just one of those guys that like runs 5-yard out after 5-yard out and just can have like 8 catches a game. And in tight end premium, it's so good.
But the thing about it is, like, this is like a range where you're seeing like potential superstars go. Like,
right. Exactly. That's exactly right.
Like, you want superstars in this range.
Yep. And he's not a superstar.
Connor, how do you feel about Kittle with Lance?
So it's really about Kittle, the player himself, for me. I think that if Planet Earth had to play a football game against an alien race, we have to win the football game to ensure our survival.
Just to survive.
I think George Kittle would be the tight end that we'd send.
Can't argue there.
So obviously the Lance thing. So Lance is kind of a hybrid quarterback. So he's going to suck a lot of the offense like into his own rushing. But I suppose for me, it's just George Kittle is so good. Like, he's had some of the best games of his careers with quarterback. Like, I think Nick Mullins was where he had his best ever game. Like, he can do it with anybody at quarterback. Like, he can go for, especially in tight end premium, he can go for 3 points in any game, like against any opponent.
Well, I think he had back-to-back 40-point weeks last year, I think.
Yeah.
He had 2 monstrous games in a row.
In Seattle. Yeah. The play down the left sideline was pretty good.
That play was pretty good. Yep. So, bully tight end, Connor, is that something that you're normally looking to do whenever you can?
Yeah, it's one of those. It's not like I'm trying to force it or anything.
Yep.
But when I get an opportunity, like, I just the results for stocking up on tight ends is just so strong that if I'm gonna get a second elite tight end at ADP value or after ADP value, I'm just probably never gonna say no.
Yep. No, I totally get that.
We had this in the second draft where rounds 4 to 5, there were just a long stretch of picks between running backs. Remember?
Yep.
Adam, you picked Connor, and it's funny. Yep. You picked Connor in round 3, and then there have been 16 picks in a row before the next running back went, who was Elliott. And what are we up to here? 13 or 14? Same thing. This is what I would be worried about, doing what we did. Now I've tilted the other way, Connor, like in a main event draft on Monday night. I started with 5 receivers from 11, and you're just, the pressure is just on. I mean, you really have to make that up, and sometimes you can miss. This is good. This is important not to do, like miss opportunities at tight end, quarterback, when you're just sort of under that kind of pressure to catch up at running back starting that way, or maybe receiver in this case.
Yeah. Well, that is, I think, unless you're doing like an anchor running back build, both hyper fragile and zero RB are they're of the more difficult strategies to execute properly. Like with zero RB, you do have to be elite at the other positions, and then you have to find a way that you can catch up at running back. But then when you go running back early, you like, if you take a bunch of those early running back picks, you're so behind everywhere. You're almost so far behind everywhere else. Like, and this is a tight end premium league, like, so you really can't get behind the tight end. But then you can't get behind the quarterback, and you can't get behind at wide receiver. So it is one of those things where some of these strategies can be tricky to execute properly. And
it makes it fun.
Right. That is what makes it interesting and fun.
I agree. If you don't want to get behind on too many positions, but I also think with best ball gives you a lot more leeway at the receiver position because of not having to start. Like, there's going to be
Right.
receivers every week that you were drafting the 13th, 14th, 15th, 18th round. They're going to pop off for a touchdown and they're going to start for you.
Right.
Running back, it's different. Running back, if those running backs are valuable when they get the starting position. So like in those rounds, like generally running backs don't pop off for a touchdown unless they're the starter, unless they're like the main back. Whereas receivers, I mean, again, I just like the strategy of getting, three running backs in a row might be walking off a fine line, but we're not going to be behind it to tight end because we got an elite one.
Right.
And who knows? Maybe we end up going quarterback here. We're not behind there either. Or we, maybe we go back to back receiver, but we'll see here. It's fun. The problem
Connor is still the last running back picked.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Brees Hall.
There you go.
From 4-2 to 5'9". Did you want him, Connor? Connor's
I
out.
really did.
He wanted him.
So I'm going to take a quarterback.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Okay. Adam, are you in the room?
I'm in the room.
I like number 1.
Me too. I mean,
Good.
Yeah.
You good? Sure. I feel strongly about it.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Goddard.
Bully ball.
I mean, let's be friends, right? I mean, this is the tight ends. We're learning here from last year's winner, Goddard.
Yeah.
I think if you're in spot 1 through 4, you're really up against it now at tight end.
Yeah, right. Got to try to make them pay for taking all our receivers, whatever, 15 in a row almost.
Right. And but that's the thing too. Like you don't cave. Like, okay, fine. You want to be cute and take all the receivers. We're going to dominate you at tight end. We're going to dominate you at running back. We're going to dominate you in the flex with our tight ends and running backs. And then if we can luck out here and get a quarterback, bang. Like now
Ready?
do we go? Yeah, absolutely.
You like it?
Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
Yes. So we're going to have an elite quarterback. We're going to have 2 elite tight end. Like we got the stack there. And now we're way behind on receiver, but if you're going to be behind in a position in best ball, I want it to be receiver, and we're going to dominate. We're going to be elite everywhere else.
There will be some receivers in there. We're going to sort of grin and bear it, right? I mean, there are going to be guys in here coming up where,
of course,
we got to sort of get hot, but that's right. I mean, you want to win at the other positions.
Exactly.
Maybe, big time.
Exactly. So,
Takes J.K. Dobbins, Jackson and Dobbins.
Yes.
Right.
Stack them up.
Let's stack them up. Are you worried about the limp, Connor? You worried about that little limp you saw yesterday?
I mean, in the sixth round for J.K. Dobbins, it's like if there was no concern about his health, he'd easily be going in the 3rd. And it's like, how much of a discount do you need?
Right.
On someone who's so good. He is so good. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see he replied to that comment?
Yeah, I didn't, but someone mentioned it in the chat tonight.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Best ball. I mean, if he is not quite ready, maybe by week 3, you've got the guy you're talking about who would have been drafted earlier, and you can hopefully get through the first 2 weeks that way in that scenario.
For sure.
I mean, they ran for 3,000 yards in 2019 Baltimore, and then they traded Hollywood Brown. Okay, and drafted a bunch of tight ends. Like, they ran for 3,000 yards. Is it that crazy to think that that's kind of who they want to be, or they could do it? And if they do, you tell me who's running for most of those yards.
And what's kind of going underreported, and I don't know exactly why he did this, but Lamar put on a bunch of muscle in the offseason. Like he put on weight and in muscle. Now, is that to sit in the pocket and throw the football? I don't think so. I think he's been hurt the last 2 years. I think so. It could just be that. It could be straight up. He doesn't want to. Hopefully, it keeps him getting hurt. Or it could be like, listen, I'm going to run the ball. I'm going to run for 1,000 yards this year and more, and I'm going to be dominant. My only kind of narrative response to that, kind of the flip side, is he also wants to make a ton of money, and he wants to be seen as this, not just a running quarterback. So there's that too. But we'll see. It's going to be such an interesting. The Ravens are going to be an interesting offense for sure.
This is a huge fall for Kyler Murray. I'm only saying that because there's no way he's coming back to us in the 7th, but this is a big fall for him.
Yeah, Murray in main events I've been able to get later. Best ball, obviously quarterbacks go higher, but I mean, this is the second, maybe the third time tonight I've seen Burrow go over Kyler Murray. I find that interesting, and I mean, I guess he's got Mixon there. Okay, I don't think he was trying to do any specific stack there, but
well, the 108 does seem like somebody who's very much like he gets his guys. Like those are the guys he likes.
That's right. That's
correlation.
Correlation. Yeah, exactly. Mike, I love this build. I don't have a draft. I've done 8,000 drafts since January, and you can't find one where I've started without a receiver for 6 rounds.
Oh.
But I like it. Like I think we can make it work. Unfortunately, Trico's picking right in front of us, and he needs receivers too. So.
Yeah, I think we're going to be competing for the same guys.
Receiver value. He's going to get the best one, but we're going to get the next 2.
Well, we're at the midpoint of the 6th round, and Elijah Moore was just picked, and that's wide receiver 32.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there's some potential coming up here. This is really where I think most people we talk to love the running backs in the next couple rounds. And so maybe these teams on the left will feast on those guys now. It's sort of like a tennis match.
They have to. There you go. CEH, Damian Pierce, AJ.
Here we go.
Yeah. So we'll
could be.
See.
You might see Murray here.
Run here. Yeah, Damian Pierce over Damian Pierce over Kyler Murray does seem interesting choice.
Yeah.
We called that one. Murray goes to the Hollywood Brown team, 6'10". Fantasy Mojo at Murray ADP, recent best ball, 6'8". So not too.
So this is what's been happening.
Yeah.
Let me see. Best ball.
Teams 1 and 2. You see so many teams like it where they get Taylor and McCaffrey, and it's just receivers. Just a string of receivers. We're seeing that again tonight.
Yep. Yeah, that's where the receivers go, and we're just gonna take what falls to us.
I'm definitely glad that I drafted Waddle now because, but I'm not happy at this point. Seeing all these wide receivers go, I'm not happy with the deficit that I'm looking at wide receiver.
But like you said, you got an elite quarterback, you got 2 elite tight ends, a high value picks at least in DeAndre Swift. So I think, as long as you're not
right. And you have the benefit, if I remember correctly, of being that you live in the Irish countryside, which is probably amazing. It's where many of us aspire to visit.
I actually live in Ohio. Not quite.
He just leaves.
Well, I took a shot. You live in Ohio. Well, many people have confused the Irish countryside with Ohio, Adam.
That's right.
I don't know if you know that. It's an easy mistake to make. Well, here's why I sort of
cornfields of Ireland.
Here's why I made that unfortunate assumption is
you're good.
Connor drafted with Colm Kelly in Canton, and we were at the table together, and I spent maybe Connor was more in charge of the draft and Colm was walking around and being social. And I talked to him. I said, well, this is probably a question that seems trite, but where should I visit in Ireland if I were to visit? And he said, well, I'm from Dublin or live in Dublin, and Connor is from the countryside. I think that's what he said.
There you go.
Well, I'm actually from Dublin. And
I have it backwards then. Okay, I should just stop.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Just blame Colin. Colin just lied to you.
Or that. That's right. That's right.
I had it backwards.
You never trust an Irishman. Just don't do it.
So what are you doing in Ohio?
My wife is from Ohio.
There you go.
North or south?
So I live in Columbus.
Columbus, very nice.
How did you get into football, American football?
Good question. So when I was 18, I'd never seen a game before. And where I went to secondary school, which is roughly equivalent to high school. And there was in this is in Dublin. There was an American football team that practiced, like let's say 10 minutes from where I was going to school. And I said, I stopped playing. I stopped playing soccer a year ago. I need to pick up a new sport. This looks fun. Let's do it.
Let's give it a shot.
And then how I picked the side of the team that I was going to support. I downloaded the ESPN app and I said, whatever team the first article is about, that's going to be my team.
Oh, wow.
And the first article was about Brandon Marshall when he played for the Dolphins.
The Dolphins.
And so up until recently, I have been a Dolphins fan, and then the Bengals won me a bunch of money, and I was like, the Dolphins don't bring me anything but sadness. The Bengals, they won me money. I live in Ohio. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I?
Why wouldn't you be a Cleveland or a Cincinnati fan or something like that? For sure. That's so interesting. Love that.
Do not like these picks.
I know. This is lame. They kept taking receivers. They kept taking them.
The life we chose. This is the life we chose drafting like this.
We're sticking to it. We're sticking to it.
All right.
We're sticking to it.
All right. I'm really that Q is the mojo order. And I don't see much for correlation here.
I would say I don't know what I don't want to script the order because sometimes you move it around. I see Cooper, Tony, Olave, Lazard. I would go Cooper.
I think so too.
Yeah. Just because I need my wide receiver one to kind of be healthy sometimes. So I like that.
It's tough. This is the tough part.
That's right.
Doing it this way. There is a playoff meeting between Baltimore and Cleveland early week 15, Baltimore and Cleveland.
Perfect. And then we'll go, what are we thinking? We thinking Tony or Olave?
Both are tough in terms of ADP. We have pick 86. Both are like a round early or round and a half. The guy who's third on the list is a round late.
Really?
Try that.
Lazard is around late.
Yeah.
This will be my first share of Alan Lazard.
I know, but
we can also, I mean, whatever. I don't care. We're giving up too much. We can also try to stack the whole Packers receiving core too. Go ahead, grab Lazard. I don't mean every Packer, but it's stacking at this point for our receiving core is very important.
Okay. Wow, that just happened.
There you go. Value. Hashtag value.
I am going to hate this draft, but what can you do? What can you do? I drafted Ramondre for the week 17 correlation with Joe.
Content. That's what we're here for. Content. Nice.
It is 4 a.m. Wait a minute. I gotta scratch that off. He's not in Ireland. He's not in 4 a.m. Probably 11. It's probably 11. Just like it is here. Sorry about that.
It's probably 11.
Connor, what did you think of the expo? You have fun?
It was very fun. Really fun.
A lot of people, right?
Yeah. I heard a story that Des Bryant almost came.
Come on.
Well, yes.
How did I not hear this story?
I don't know. Des Bryant has been tweeting about fantasy football.
Okay.
And Scott Fish got his attention. So I don't know if that was before or after the expo, but yeah, like there's some, Connor, do you know, like there's some league or something that Scott is doing with Des Bryant, maybe?
I have no idea. I have no idea. But he was tweeting about fantasy football, Adam, before our Scott Fish Bowl event in Buffalo, and I tweeted something like, we'll make a spot for you. Remember how we had an open spot for like a month?
Yeah.
If I could give it to Des Bryant, I would. It didn't happen.
But It is really cool seeing how like all these like players are getting so interested in it, because like I saw that what's his name, Austin Eckler, he has a fantasy football podcast.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't watched it, but then he had Justin Herbert on his fantasy football podcast. So I thought that's super cool. Like that is getting so like it's gone from this like kind of niche nerdy thing to like more and more fully embraced.
Right. So a couple of things on that. Last year with Eckler, Dawson Knox was on Yahoo. Eckler was injured at the time, and we were all sort of wondering, like we always are, how serious is it? What is it going to mean? And Knox went on one of those shows and said something like, he told me he's not playing. So I felt that was actionable, right? It was like midweek, and that was on a fantasy football show. And so again, to the Fishbowl event in Buffalo, I reached out to the Bills. We got Thurman Thomas to attend, and we raised several $1,000s in a huge night. And I wanted to see if one player from the Bills would do it. So I have a friend in management there and talked to him. We went through some names. It was their last weekend off before they had to report to camp. But we talked about Knox and different players who might have been interested. It didn't happen. But I said to the guy, Connor, like, by the way, are they all allowed to do it? Like, can active players come play in this? You know, there's no fee in Fishbowl. So is that a problem? And I forgot the number, but I think I'm close. He said guys are allowed to play in leagues that are less than $350 or some number like that. So in the neighborhood of $300. If it's less than that, they can play. And so, you know, guys do. Active players too, guys do, which is interesting to think about when you're watching games maybe sometimes. But such low stakes for them.
Right. I'd love to imagine a world where actual NFL players are just crushing best ball tournaments. Drafting 150 teams in the BBM. Like, so it's under $350.
That's right.
Right. That's right.
Get your guys.
Get your guys. Oh my gosh. Pete Rose can't bet on his own team, but these guys can literally be a part of it. Like what?
Poor Calvin Ridley. How do you make that mistake?
That's right. That's right. Calvin Ridley, come on.
So Connor, you picked Ramondre Stevenson, mentioning the week 17. A lot of people are excited about him.
Yeah. Well, he's playing well. Obviously very, very talented. I agree. The Patriots are opening up to the idea that he could be like a 3-down guy. Obviously he's not going to start out like that right away. That's why he's going to the 8th round. But if you do get some chaos that happens in the NFL, and he does get there, like that's just it's a huge. It helps my team in a big way. So that's what I'm kind of trying to play for.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously,
absolutely.
Wide receiver, like we've talked about, is not where I want to be. But you know, if you can't win there, you got to try to do what you can.
Make it work.
Anything can work. Sorry,
a lot of clicking right now.
That's right. Everyone's clicking. Everyone's clicking here.
Here's my list. Let me just branch out a little bit, just in case.
Stacking, Connor. I know you're coming up on the clock here, but are you a stacker?
I do think that it's important to try and find ways to do it at ADP. Because like it kind of is just maths that if you can add correlation to your team, so that if one guy does really well, that means another guy is more likely to do well, especially in these tournaments. Like it kind of is just maths that you should be trying to do that. But where the pitfall comes in is where you dropped your correlation and you pay too much for those guys. You drop them too early. Well, then you've paid so much for them that your correlation has too much to overcome. If that makes sense.
No, yep. Oh man, I wanted Pickens.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I really wanted to do. I was hoping to get that Pickens Claypool double tap to get that receiving again. Yeah, I kind of go with the stacking premises. Whenever I'm low on receiver, I feel like you can catch up by proper stacking. So
this is rough.
Proper stacking. Proper number 12. Speaking of Ireland.
See what happens here.
That's right. Drico is
Now,
thinking Olave.
All right, Adam. I like one. Prescott. I like one here.
Is it Chris Olave?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Stay cool. Stay
I
cool.
would-
Stay cool. Stay cool. Stay cool.
I would have been okay with him last round. By the
Yeah,
way.
that was not too far off. ADP is like mid-9.
Okay, now do we want to consider?
Hmm?
You don't want me to talk?
I'm sorry. Are you on mute right now?
Probably advisable not to talk at the
Just
time.
come on.
Okay.
Singletary and Cook. Oh, all right. What do you think?
I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
Number 1.
Is that
Crazy?
the quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean, what is it at ADP?
Yes. Right at the end of 9. So it's actually right on the number.
Okay, do it. Makes sense.
You want to? Okay.
Or yeah.
Sure.
Or the other.
Connor's
receiver.
not going to mind.
Connor's not going to.
He's not going to mind this pick.
Let's do it. All right.
If it's not, then it's
I would. You can go with
3.
the receiver from that team.
No.
It's early. Okay, then
No.
go Rodgers then.
Okay.
Do it. Connor doesn't mind that at all.
No.
I got my
Doesn't hurt.
quarterbacks. So
That's right.
Doesn't hurt him. Doesn't
That's
hurt
right.
him.
I
Hey,
appreciate it.
I'm going to
Thanks for
step
being
away
so thoughtful.
for 1 second, guys.
Okay.
Maybe.
Rondale. Yep. Very good. I'm excited about him.
Yeah, for sure. Like he has so much promise. Like his numbers in college were so good. His like speed is so good. He's like so fast. He's like so agile. And obviously his season was disappointing last year overall. But some of the plays that he made, like where he kind of like flashed that open field ability, and he did actually catch the odd deep target where he looked very good.
Yeah,
Really excited about him.
We'd love to see that team get more creative than it's been. Last year he was just almost irrelevant.
Right.
But Kirk gone, Hopkins gone for a while, Hollywood in. They're going to be different, and love to see him used in one of these the way you see certain guys used, where they're in the backfield. Just all kinds of different gadgety type plays, and he can also stretch. So I like him. I have a lot of Rondale Moore. Big fan.
I think he runs like a sub 4 tree, so
should be able to make that work.
And the big thing for him last year was like last year they said, okay, these are our 3 starting receivers, and he wasn't among them. And they're like, okay, well, Rondale is very good, so we have to find a way to get him the ball, even if he's not like our starter. And so I think that part is encouraging, and it's definitely definitely have a big candle lit to see how he does in that starting slot receiver role.
All right. Coming up on the end of round 10, this is our 3rd draft in a row, 2 weeks in a row doing these Pod-A-Thons. Last week, the football guys, and tonight the best ball tournament at FFPC. Thanks to them for allowing us this access and putting these games together. Ohio State, Notre Dame, Saturday. Interested?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really fun game. Yeah, obviously live in Columbus, so know lots of Ohio State fans. My wife she's a big Notre Dame fan.
Oh yeah.
And then I also see that if you look at the players, there's a lot of like really highly touted players on both teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was looking at an article that Travis on Rotoviz he put out like the top 100 players to play that play in college to look for this. Sorry,
mm-hmm.
To look to like dominate or succeed in the NFL, and both teams had a bunch of players on his list.
Well, Ohio State has maybe the best receiver in the country and could be the best quarterback in the country, one of them.
And could be the best running back.
Okay, not a bad start.
Yeah, I mean, not bad, right?
Think about these receivers we're drafting in the last couple of years. Ohio State this year, Wilson and Olave, and Jamison Williams was at Ohio State before transferring.
Right.
So with Smith and Jigba, is that how you say it? Like
I should know that, but I don't. Yeah, it is kind of crazy that the receiving core can be so stacked that somebody has to go to Alabama to play.
Right.
That's kind of crazy.
And then they do.
Right. They're instantly the best player or the best receiver on the team.
Is Marvin Harrison's kid on that team too? Ohio State?
I think so.
Man.
Receiver?
Yeah, receiver, yep.
Yeah, not bad. They're favored by 17, and Notre Dame is ranked 5th.
Wow. No, Notre Dame. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the number 2 and the number 5 team playing. Yeah. I'm starting to get annoyed at the 102.
It's gotta be
I think it's a good draft, but I'm just annoyed that it's them doing it and not me.
It's it's Timothy. You know what I mean? He is him.
8 receivers through 11 picks.
So listen, I don't know. We'll see how he closes it out. I'll go zero. I will go zero RB any day of the week with anybody. I am not the anti-zero RB guy, but in best ball, that's too much. There's too many receivers. I don't care what it's in a row like that. It's not Sky Moore, Traylon Burks, Chase Claypool. Listen, all those guys are going to have random touchdowns, and so are all the guys in the 13th, 14th, and 15th rounds. Like they're never going to. It's just we'll see. I like all the players in like a vacuum, but like it's just we'll see who he ends up getting at running back. Timothy.
Yeah, we will. Unless we fall asleep. We will see.
Listen, we're pros at this Pod-A-Thon thing now. You know?
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to eat it.
That's right.
I'm just going to have to eat it.
Not too many people tonight, Adam, have liked their teams drafting with us. I'm not sure they'll be back.
I know. It's bad luck. It's bad luck drafting with us, apparently.
It's tough to do this while you're, performing.
Right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Drafting and streaming at the same time is I hadn't realized how difficult it is. But
it's so hard. It's so hard.
And so I've been on the road. Have all the drafts been this wide receiver heavy?
No. Sorry, hold on one sec. We're on the clock here.
Sorry.
No, it's good. What do you think?
Number one here for me, decidedly. ADP is right on, and some correlation.
Do it. All I had to hear was correlation. No, they haven't. Not like team 2. Not like team. Maybe a little bit like team 7. 7 is probably as big as it gets as far as like as we've seen tonight. Normally,
that's the guy I wanted to come back. No chance.
Dotson?
Dotson.
Yeah.
Mike's a big Dotson guy.
I should have done my research. Know your opponents.
That's right.
I don't know if that was out there.
That's right.
I am tonight. Wow.
I could go a bunch of different ways as far as the players on this next one.
You are up next.
I like. You don't want me to talk because.
Well, we're up now, right?
Sure.
Or no, we're not up yet. We're not up yet.
No, we're up.
are.
All right.
Now
So
we
I
are.
could go Mecole with the recent news and it being best ball. I do really like Wandale though. He has a shot at weekly wide receiver 1 upside.
I like that. Mojo ADP on him is pretty late.
Is it? Let me see.
Yeah, we're like 2 rounds early.
Are we?
But I don't know that I care. In fact, you know who I might like more? Hang on. No, it's later too. All right. Talk to me. What do I got? 30 seconds?
Yeah.
I
mean, I just like the weekly upside of Wandale, but if you think we can get him on the way back, I mean, Draco might take. He's got 2 picks.
tougher now. It's tougher now, but
Right.
let's go
Go
here.
on. Okay, do it. Mecole, I like that too. I mean, just with the news coming out that he might be the number 2, and again, it's best ball. Like, we just need a touchdown from one of these guys. A couple touchdowns every week.
So through 3 rounds, 2 quarterbacks, 3 running backs, 5 receivers, 2 tight ends. How does that feel?
The numbers
maybe good.
Yeah, the numbers feel fine for sure. The order that we took him in is the only question.
Yeah.
And again, just keep going with. You just got to keep like Draco said, eat it. You just got to eat it. You got to do it. You got to take them and just stick.
We just have to accept the room that you're in.
Exactly.
Like, had we known that that there would be this many wide receivers go this early, probably would have changed the first 2 picks. But sometimes.
But that's why we do more than one of these. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think we each would have still wanted a tight end down here.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have changed the Pitts pick. But part of my logic on the Swift was my experience with these fast drafts on the FFPC is that they do tend to be more running back heavy.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, well, if I'm gonna like the receivers, let's get a running back now. And boy, was I wrong with that assessment.
Never know.
What was the grand prize for this last year, Connor?
100K. It's 200 this year.
So talk to me about sweating that 100K. Was that did that come down to Monday night? Was it like talk to me about the weekend?
Okay, yeah. So the first big defining kind of moments of that week 17 were all the touchdowns that Jamar Chase caught. So
sure.
266 yards, 3 touchdowns. I don't memorize stats at all, but I'll never forget those 2 stats.
Yep.
And so that puts me and Bill Muzio, I hope I didn't say that wrong, up for the top 2 spots on the leaderboard. And I think going into the second half of the kind of like early evening games, the kind of like second slate of games, I think I was like a few points behind them, but he had no players left to play, and I had a couple left to play, but they weren't scoring points for me. AJ Brown didn't play a good game. Deebo Samuels wasn't putting up points. But then Deebo Samuel scored a long touchdown, and that put me well clear of him. And I look at where all the other teams are, like none of them have the combination of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. They're all miles behind, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's it now. Like the Tod won, and And then I check again, literally 20 minutes later, Rashad Penny has gone nuts.
Yeah.
Noah Fant has gone nuts. And what do I know? The team that the other RotoViz guys have, they both of those guys, and they did have Joe Burrow. So they are breathing down my neck.
Oh, God.
And they had Devontae Adams at to go.
Oh.
And I had Justin Jefferson and Dalvin Cook at to go. And it's like, okay, well, like, definitely would prefer Devontae Adams because Kirk Cousins was out that week. And the game starts, and the quarterback, I forget the name of the quarterback the Vikings had in, but he played terribly. Like, the Vikings just couldn't get anything going. And the Packers were like a hot knife through butter. And just before the end of half, they have this big drive where Adams gets lots of yards and Adams finishes with the touchdown. I'm like, okay, that's it. But then the Packers, they kind of close up shop. They're like, we've won the game. We're running the ball with AJ Dillon. Devontae Adams is barely involved again, and because it's the end of the game, Justin Jefferson actually catches a good few garbage time balls, and that gets him into my lineup. And I'm like, okay. And so the way that ended up was I needed Jarvis Landry to score less than, I think it was 10.5 points on Monday night, and the Cleveland played the Steelers that Monday night. Yep. And that was that Monday night game was just an unbelievable sweat because like it's like 10.5 points. You can score that in one play. Now Jarvis Landry is not the type of receiver that would ordinarily you would expect to do that, but it's still possible. And but what happens is Baker Mayfield, who's obviously injured, and he's put on the dirt like every third play, and then every third play his passes are getting batted down. And I'm just watching him getting absolutely demolished. So, but obviously I'm loving this. But then in the fourth quarter, the Browns, they had the ball like really close. It was towards the end of the game. They had the ball really close to the end zone, and they targeted Landry in the end zone twice, and he dropped both of them because like he turned the wrong way. He turned this way, but the ball was on this shoulder.
Oh, come on!
And so I the other team had him.
Yes. Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying, like that's insane.
And so he drops both of them, but then because the Browns are trying to win, after they score that touchdown, they do an onside kick, and I think they lost it. The Steelers recovered it, and I'm like, okay, like I can calm down, because then the Steelers, they only needed one first down.
And then Najee scores that 60-yarder.
He scores a 60-yard. You motherfucker. And so I had to sweat it all again. And then obviously the next drive for the Browns didn't go well. So
that story's so good. That story's so good. I love that you remember every detail.
How could I forget?
Weekend. No, of course.
It's not even a year.
How could you forget? It's so good. Like I'm over here, like my heart's pounding, and I'm like, because I've had a couple of those sweats before, but unfortunately, I was the guy who needed Jarvis Landry type deal. I was the other guy, but hopefully one day I will be. Now, would you? You don't have to answer this second, as I know you're on the clock coming up here soon. But I would rather be the team that's in the lead at the end there than be the team chasing, even if I'm an underdog and in the lead, because one injury, one sprained ankle, whatever, and you win. Because chasing to me is just such a worse sweat because you're just like, come on. Like I remember I needed a team to get into the playoffs or something, and Cooper Kupp was not having a good game. I forget week, I don't know, 11 or 12, somewhere in there. And I'm just like, is he really only going to score 7 points? And then he ends up going off like the last two drives. He scores like 20 points in the last two drives. but I just remember sweating that, going like, oh, it was just the worst ever. But good for you, man. Congratulations. I'm glad you were able to pull that out. I lost in the semis in that tournament, but I had a great time. All right.
I really like the 12-team final format last year.
You're up next.
Yeah, for sure. It's not 12 this year, correct? They expanded it?
Yeah, it's 60 something. I don't know.
Yeah.
The exact number.
I like the 12 team because it gives you an opportunity. Like I've talked to Alex about this and maybe we'll have him on the show again, but the thought of like having everybody come out to like Vegas or somewhere for like that final, maybe 100K isn't worth it. Maybe if it's like, this year it's 200. Is that worth flying out to Vegas for the weekend to sweat it out with everybody? KJ Osborne, Mike.
All right. I'm just checking ADP real quick. It's not too egregious. All right. What about the name at the top before I just moved Osborne to the top? Or the next guy. Not really into number 4 here.
Okay. Are they running backs?
Yeah.
Okay. I would prefer Osborne for sure.
Okay.
With our build.
Minnesota, Green Bay.
Okay.
You are up.
That's
next.
beautiful. 1, 2, 3. We have 6.
Number 1 here is a huge
value.
I'll tell you in a minute. Maybe.
Okay. I'm gonna refresh.
Unless you like Ego. No, unless you like this.
Now you are.
Nope,
on
there
the
he was, Robinson. Unless you like. Are you dog enough for that?
I don't know who that. I'm gonna refresh.
Now
I'm always dog enough for number 1 there.
1 or 2. ADP is like we're right there.
Go 2.
I think so too.
Yeah, go 2.
Now this one, Connor might not like.
He's gonna.
Are you gonna snipe me?
Maybe. I don't know.
Are we? No, we're not. Are we? No.
Maybe.
I thought maybe he had like.
Oh no, he didn't snipe me.
I thought maybe he had like Chase Edmonds or something.
I like to say that when I make a pick at strong value, it's a good pick. When somebody else makes a pick at strong value, it's called a snipe.
That's right. That's right. No, I like Osborne a lot there for us.
All right. Algier.
There you go.
Have you guys heard anything about him? I've
no.
Been waiting sort of for like a cool update on him, and maybe it's happened, but Adam has been known to call Connor Atlanta sneaky good.
Hold on a minute.
He's famous. He is famous for saying that.
Atlanta. I said the Atlanta offense is sneaky good for their 3 pieces for Corderell and London and Pitts, because I think it's all going to go through those 3 guys. Now, obviously, Algier is a pick here later on in the 14th round, and you're just trying to catch up at running back. But I think those guys, and if Corderell goes down, then Algier would be that sneaky guy. And they play in the dome. They're going to be behind. They're going to always have to pass. So that's kind of my Falcons take.
Okay.
My terrible Falcons take.
Hey, Connor. I think I'm speaking for Adam when I say please feel no obligation to stay up all night here with us.
Yeah,
well, I do have to draft a team.
That's right.
Yes, you're going to be up.
That's right.
But
as soon as this team is done, I'm done.
That's
okay.
Right.
Good. Same here.
I mean, we can always too, Mike. We can always go like 2 more rounds and then just call it. I mean, I don't know how many people want to watch the 20th round of this draft, but
that sounds fine to me. Is that all right?
Yeah,
Connor.
We'll each go 2 more picks. We'll get through this 15, 16.
Makes sense for sure.
I like it. I like it. As soon as Sex Panther gets their picks done, we're good.
If I had a dime for every time I've heard someone say that,
It's made with bits of real Panther. So what do you think of your team so far, Connor? I mean, obviously we've both kind of been like on the rails here.
Right.
Maybe it wasn't like to plan, but do you think it can compete a little bit? What are your thoughts?
So like you said, don't ordinarily like to build like this.
Yep.
What in terms of like, I guess this could be considered a kind of like hyper fragile build, where I've gotten Swift, J.K. Dobbins, Algier, and Ramondre. I've gotten 2 strong quarterbacks. I've gotten 2 elite tight ends. And then one thing that I've tried to do to a certain extent is get a lot of young guys at receiver. So Waddle could be a big breakout. Rondell Moore could be a big breakout. KJ Hamler could be a breakout. Russell Gage, probably not. And then DeAndre Hopkins. I'm more hoping that I get I just get good production from him for cost. But that's kind of how I'm thinking about my team. Like, where hopefully the picks that I've made at not wide receiver can get me to the playoffs, and that with these younger players, they can, by the time the playoffs come, they can come into their own.
Yeah, Hopkins at cost there's nice. It's tough with him being your wide receiver too, not playing 6 weeks, but I love that you got Rondale Moore. Like, that makes it all kind of come together there, because
Right.
now you can ride Rondale the first 6 weeks. Hopefully, he has a couple good games for you in there, and then Hopkins will be back, and he can kind of take that spot. So I really like that you were able to do that.
And then the other thing that is nice about it is that there is also a week 17 correlation there between the Atlanta and Arizona.
There you go. Perfect. Awesome.
So that does help.
Absolutely.
Paris Campbell, 1505. He's been in our queue since before it got dark. Before the draft was even open, I put Paris Campbell in there. Got to get him. Have a ton, and I'm super excited. Like, we made it through August. Adam on Paris Campbell. Like,
And he's still alive.
He's always my last round guy. He was last year too, but you know, I think it's promising.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that he's going to be active for week 1, as far as we know.
So far, so good. Yes, we're almost there.
Step 1. And I don't want to jinx anything, but it's been a pretty good offseason as far as injuries across the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, there were more injuries in the Ravens backfield last year than there've been in the whole offseason as far as offensive skill players this season. So I think coaches are finally maybe getting smarter. Like, they're not playing their elite skill position guys in games. Like, Christian McCaffrey didn't sniff the field. Barkley didn't sniff the field, thank God. Although Barkley might have played. I don't remember. But McCaffrey did not. So
I think maybe he did. But yeah.
You are up next.
You're right.
So that's always nice to see.
I hate every pick at every position here. So there goes nothing.
If you pass,
that's
right.
right.
You can pass. They won't let you pass. Never mind. Round 15 of the third draft, best ball tournament, FFPC. Thanks to Draft Sharks for hosting our 4-hour stream.
That's right.
4 hours
short
plus.
compared to last week. Last week we went for 6 hours doing the football guys draft.
That's a long draft.
That's right.
Yes. Give me your pick here. I like one's value, two's exciting.
I like 2 or 3 for the obvious reasons that you said.
Okay. I think I'm 2.
Do it. And then I like the other one that I said next here. Or
sure.
Or the one I just threw in there.
You guys line up some sneaky snacks, sneaky stacks.
You know, a little bit. Just really more Green Bay and Philadelphia. We don't have a New Orleans bring back here. Yes, we do. Olave. Yes, we do. And Minnesota Osborne. So we got week 17 a little bit, Connor, but not extensively. Haven't noticed that we've got a ton going for us in that department here tonight.
Yeah, I don't think that's the biggest of deal if you don't have it. It's a nice to have.
I like one of the receivers from that team. I don't care which one you want.
3.
Do it. Do it.
Watkins.
Yeah.
All right, so that gives us 8.
That gives us Lazard, Watkins. And that's the thing, right? To kind of go back to what I was saying earlier about wait, like in these drafts, if you have to wait to take a receiver, it's okay. Because, if Aaron Rodgers is going to throw 35 to 45 to touchdowns, and you've got Lazard and Sammy Watkins or what, like those guys are each going to catch. He's going to throw touchdowns every week to somebody. So in best ball, you don't have to put him in the lineup, man. You just count on one. We're gonna get one every week from Sammy or Lazard. Hopefully, that's the plan. So,
yep.
And again, you're paying 8th round and 16th round value. Like again, I'm painting a picture. I'm talking myself into it, but I think that's the whole kind of idea behind late receiver. But
Connor, I like David Bell. I picked him earlier. Is that a correlation pick or no? I feel like Bell is kind of exciting.
Cleveland.
Yeah, the Cleveland, a little bit of a Cleveland Ravens correlation.
Right.
But more like, these positions are getting 10 out here. I'm going to have to pick somebody who I don't really want to pick at this particular point. Why not pick a player that I like?
Right.
Normally want him later, but just that kind of draft.
Get your guys. Get your guys. So
Connor, good luck. It's great to connect with you tonight. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed Canton. It was fun to meet you there. And keep in touch.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me on, guys. I had a lot of fun with you guys.
Thanks so much, Connor. And congratulations. Are you going to be in Vegas this year or no?
I'll be in Vegas next week.
Oh, love it.
See you there.
See you there,
guys.
All right, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, man.
All right, Adam, let's wrap it up, and we'll figure the rest out.
Yeah.
Thanks for hosting.
Of course. Thanks to FFPC, Draft Sharks. This was a really fun event. Last week was a fun event with the football guys. Tonight with the best ball tournament. Everybody needs to register for that. Get in there. So there's spots left. There's 200K on the line. It's such a good tournament. We'll be out in Vegas drafting in their main event tournament. And I'm excited.
Me too.
Cool.
Good job. And thanks for watching and listening, everybody. Mike Shope, Adam Krautwurst here for the Deep End, and we'll see you next time.
See you guys.